sits at 81, that's impressive. I mean, he is super old at that point in time, given the average age in America. And he gave a speech as the old man, and he had given a number of speeches in the convention, but the way he always did it is he always wrote them down, and he gave them to someone else to read. He would think about it overnight, he would write something down. When they came in the next morning, some delegate, James Madison or somebody, would read the speech he had written. This is the only speech he gave alive in person at the convention, and he just gave it off the top of his head. He didn't write it down. He's just frustrated with what's going on, and he just kind of explodes all over the guys. And it's Thursday, June the 28th, 1787, he gave the speech. And he's watching people walk out. He's watching this thing fall apart in front of his eyes, and this is what he tells them. He said, gentlemen, he says, in this situation of this assembly, groping as those 14 sentences. Do I need to switch out for this or keep using both? Both, okay. 14 sentences you just gave. How many Bible verses did you see him quote? The answer should be 14. Now see, we're some of the most religious people in the nation. We should have identified these 14 verses as what he quoted. This is him quoting by memory. This is just an extemporaneous speech. He's just talking to the guys. He did not write this out. 14, what's that tell you about scripture memorization of Ben Franklin? How could he have done that? And of course, the scriptures tell us, if you go back to the teachings of Jesus, what he says in Matthew 12:34, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Franklin only spoke what was in his heart. What came out, your mouth always betrays what's in your heart, whether it's hate or bitterness or anger or whatever it is. In this case, what was in Franklin's heart was a lot of scriptures, which means he memorized a lot of scriptures, and he's the least religious founding father. See, this is character, and that's why I say look at where we are compared to where they were. That's the least religious guy back then. I think he's probably pretty far ahead of most religious folks in America today, even we that might be in the 1%, because we haven't memorized scriptures like that. And if you take someone like a Patrick Henry, remember the famous speech he gave on Give Me Liberty, Give Me Death? He was a young legislator. He was tired of all the lack of backbone with the other guys, and they're all saying, yeah, we've had Lexington, we've had Concord, we've had all these fights, but you know what? We don't have an army. It's the British military. They're the greatest military in the world. We're just going to have to put up with all the bad stuff because there's nothing we can do. And his speech was essentially, get a backbone, guys. And so again, his was an extemporary speech that he gave, the Give Me Liberty, Give Me Death speech. And if you go online and read that, you'll find that key part is 14 sentences. And I would have the same question, 14 sentences, how many Bible verses did Patrick Henry reference? And again, this was a passion speech. He was frustrated with where it was going, and he just got up and gave it. And again, you'll find 11 verses. These are the verses that he quoted. And if you look at those verses, they're not the verses we would likely memorize today, like who knows Daniel 4:17 or 2 Thessalonians 1:6 or Jeremiah 6. Those aren't the verses we memorize today. And yet that's what he had then at his political disposal, that when he got into political fights, this is what comes out. Same thing with George Washington when he becomes president in 1789. In 1790, he says, you know, one of the problems I've got is we've been 13 nations for so long, we're thinking like 13 nations. People need to understand we're one nation, we need to be unified. He said, I think if I make a journey to all 13 states now, all 13 states, and I go there as president of the United States, it'll help reinforce the concept that we're one nation. So he laid out a 2-year plan to visit every state. And by the way, that's a big commitment. To jump on your horse in Philadelphia and ride all the way to Georgia and meet with the legislature of Georgia, that's a big deal. And he went to all 13 states to do that. And so the word is out. Here's the states he's going to, which days. And in 1790, one of the states he was going into was Rhode Island. And in Rhode Island, that near the time that he was going to Rhode Island, he got a letter from the Hebrew congregation of Newport. And they lauded him. They said, we thank God for you being our leader. We thank God for raising you up. And man, what you've done for our religious liberties and our civil liberties and our political, and they just gush all over him. And so Washington writes back a letter to him. His letter back to him it really is pretty short. It's only 2 sentences. I'll show you 2 sentences of it. It says, may the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. He said, may the Father of all mercy scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here, and in his own due time and way everlastingly happy. Now that's just 2 sentences out of Washington's letter. It's a short letter back to him and says, hey, thanks for that. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. And he gives these 2 sentences. Those 2 sentences that you just saw, same question, how many Bible verses did he use? And the answer is he had 10 Bible verses in 2 sentences. Nearly that entire phrase is one Bible phrase after another, and he put them together, and these are the phrases that he used. So when you look at the Founding Fathers, and none of these guys are considered to be super spiritual, they're just typical Founding Fathers. Maybe Franklin's the least spiritual of all of them, and you get the same thing out of all of them. If you read, see, the problem we have today is we didn't recognize these verses. Most people don't recognize these. Even a lot of religious leaders don't recognize these, which tells us, hey, we're not at the same level they had, because our religious leaders today don't even know the verses that they just flowed out of their mouth when they started giving political speeches out of frustration or anything else. So it goes back to that scripture with Jesus, that out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks, which is why I encourage us to start memorizing scripture. Now I want to show you why that it has a significant effect. It has a significant effect on all the fathers. If I jump forward a little bit and just look at the way we used to see history in America, and I would say since the 60s, and particularly since the 80s, we've changed the way we see history. Even we that love history don't know it the way it was before the 60s. We've kind of had a heavy dose of Howard Zinn, 1980, who introduced a lot of deconstruction. America, instead of telling the good, the bad, the ugly, he just told the bad and the ugly, and he made a lot of it up. And that's what most Americans know today, is we know more about our blemishes and our flaws than we do about the good things that are back there. And so we've lost a lot of our history. But if you go back and look at history, President Roosevelt, now here's a liberal progressive Democrat, right? Liberal progressive Democrat, but this is World War II. Here's what the president is reminding the nation. He's telling the entire nation. He says, in the formative days of the Republic, the directing influence the Bible exercised on the fathers of the nation is conspicuously evident. Can you please show me a textbook today where it's conspicuously evident in any of our schools? And here's a liberal progressive Democrat saying, guys, don't be dumb. Everybody knows the Bible is what directed the Founding Fathers and what they did. See, that's news to most people today. And here's somebody, certainly not on our political side of the spectrum, who's saying, this is just a matter of fact. We know this. And I hope to have had more time, but American Airlines is going to require me to leave here right after I speak so I can get on a plane and leave. And I brought some things out of the museum that Glenn and I have collected to kind of show this. One of the things I brought was Francis Hopkinson, the signer of the Declaration. He's the first federal judge appointed by George Washington on the very first group of federal judges. But he's a music director and a choir leader. And actually, I brought these are his Bibles that he had, that he used. His name inside it. This is what he carried to congregation with him each week. And it's interesting, he took the entire book of Psalms, 150 Psalms, set them all to music. So if you're a musician, imagine doing that. And by the way, in his hymn book, which we own his hymn book from 1767, when he did Psalms 119, it is 32 pages long in that hymn book. How about singing a 32-page long hymn next time you meet? That's Founding Father. Another Founding Father, this is John Dickinson. He not only helped with the Declaration, he signed the Constitution, became a general in the war. He was a governor of Pennsylvania, Delaware. This is his personal Bible. This has got his name inside of it. These guys were in the Scriptures. They read the Scriptures, used the Scriptures that came out in their political speeches. When we finished the Battle of Yorktown, the first major victory we had in the American Revolution, as a result of beating the British, we were no longer under British laws. And what happened was we printed the first Bible in the English language in America. This is one of the rarest books in the world. They printed 10,000 back then. There's only a couple dozen left today. Most of them are institutions. There's about 8 or 9 in private hands. Glenn and I own 3 of these Bibles in private hands. Very rare book. Well, what's interesting is on the inside, first Bible printed in English in America. On the inside, you'll find that there's a congressional committee that was supervising this, Congress with the Scriptures. And on top of that, it's got an endorsement that says, resolved, the United States and Congress assembled recommend this edition of the Bible in the inhabitants of the United States. And when Congress is putting this together, in the records of Congress, it says that this is, quote, a neat addition to the Holy Scriptures for the use of schools. Now, how long have we been taught the Founding Fathers didn't want any Scriptures in schools? Really? Then what do you do with this, which has the congressional endorsement in the front of it, and the records of Congress say it was for the use of schools, and we just don't know that much about our history anymore. So we have become biblically literate. Also got a great letter here from Brigham Young. I wish I could leave this for you guys to see it. It is just a fantastic letter. The same emphasis all over. Scriptures, know the Scriptures, quote the Scriptures. He quotes so many Scriptures in this letter, just the short letter. And so this was characteristic of what went on back then at that time. So that's why he said, in the former days of the Republic, the directing influence the Bible exercised on the fathers of the nation is conspicuously evident. He said, we cannot read the history of our rise and development as a nation without reckoning the place the Bible has occupied in shaping the advances of the Republic. This is where their knowledge of Scriptures led to policies in a different way that we do today. For example, due process clauses, that's the 4th through the 8th Amendments to the Constitution. There's about a dozen rights given there, that you have the right to confront your accuser, you have the right to a trial by jury, you have the right to testify in your own defense, you have the right to compel witnesses. Where'd that come from? If you will even look today at the federal code has 20 pages on how the Bible shaped every clause of the due process rights. The right to confront your accuser came out of John 8:10. The right to compel witnesses in your behalf came out of Proverbs 18:17. The right to testify in your own defense came out of Acts 22:1. I wonder how many people today, even the most religious among us, will be able to point to Scriptures and create due process clauses, because that's how we got these, and they had Scriptures that, here's what the Scripture says, so let's put that in policy. So that literally is what happened with due process. So those due process rights, and this is the Federal Practice and Procedure. If you look at volume 30, there's 20 pages in there on the Bible verses that created the Bill of Rights. We just don't teach that anymore. Take you to Teddy Roosevelt, who was a president early 20th century. Teddy Roosevelt said the teachings of the Bible are so interwoven and so entwined with our civic and our social life. He did not say spiritual life. He said the Bible is so much a part of our civic and our social life, it would be impossible for us to figure what life would be if these teachings were removed. What's he talking about? Again, civic and social life. Forget the spiritual life, civic and social. You know, in America, we have a free enterprise system, free market system. We're the first in the world to do that. We did that in 1627. Aptucket, Massachusetts, the first place in the world to have the free market system. And we find in the writings, and this is what Teddy's talking about, there are 5 Scriptures that they cited to create the free market system. It's made us the most prosperous nation in the world. Those 5 verses, 1 Timothy 5:8, 2 Thessalonians 3:10, Matthew 20, Luke 25, Matthew 19. How many of us would have come up with those and created a whole new economic system that changed the course of the world? And yet it did. Those are the Bible verses because they saw the Bible as having practical application. It wasn't a spiritual devotional book. This is a book for directing every aspect of our lives. The same when you look at our Republican form of government. Despite what the President and Congress say, Pelosi, new Congress now, they keep talking about saving the democracy. Bad, bad, bad idea. Founding Fathers, when they chose our form of government back as we were separating from Great Britain, they pointed out the scriptures identify 7 different types of government, 7 forms of government. The one they chose was called a republican form of government. They also knew about democracies. They pointed to democracies, and they specifically said a democracy is the worst government in the world. It's worse than dictatorship. It's worse than tyrannies. It's the worst of all 7 forms of government. They didn't want us to be a democracy, which is why Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution prohibits us from ever becoming a democracy. It says we have to maintain a republican form of government in all the states. So when somebody tells me they want to save democracy, you've just told me you have no clue what the Constitution says, and you also have no clue what the Bible says. The Founding Fathers said we want a republic, and they cited Exodus 18:21, they cited Deuteronomy 1:16 through 18, and Deuteronomy 16:18, Deuteronomy 1:15 and 16. Those are the 3 verses they cited, and they pointed at several scriptures in the Gospels on why they didn't want a democracy, and they pointed to the Roman example in the Gospels of why this is a really bad form of government. So even going back to Teddy Roosevelt, our institutions come out of the Bible. He didn't say our spiritual life. He said our political and our social life. And so that's why he said the teachings, they're intertwined with our civic and our social life. We need to get back to where we know the scriptures that well that we can apply it, because we've got lots of policies. I mentioned 157,000 pieces of state legislation last year. How many of those were actually compared to the scriptures and said, hey, we can do it better because here's what this scripture says about healthcare or whatever it is. Scripture has all of that in it. We just don't see that as much. If I go to Ulysses S. Grant, he was president in 1876 when we had the centennial of the United States. 1776, our birthday, 1876, we're 100 years old. He came out with this card. You see up top, 1776 left, 1876 right. He's the president. And this is it says centennial in the middle. This is the message of President Grant to the children and the youth of the United States. What did Grant tell the children and youth of America? Here's what President Grant told them. He said, hold fast to the Bible as a sheet anchor of your liberties. Write its precepts in your heart and practice it in your lives. He said, to the influence of this book, we're indebted for all the progress made in true civilization. That's not just spiritual progress. That's political progress, educational progress, everything else. He said, and to this we must look as our God in the future. Righteousness exalts a nation, sins reproach to any people. What do you think happens today if any president comes out with this card and puts this card out? And yet this is a president of the United States. This is a basic ground level, 0 level. This is the beginning part. That's why he said, kids, you got to know what America's about, and you won't know it if you don't know the scriptures. If I go to Zachary Taylor, he was a war hero. Old Rough and Ready was his nickname. He said, especially should the Bible be placed in the hands of the young, it is the best school book in the world. We can't do that today. Again, that goes back to judicial activism, 1962-63, Ingle Vitale, Abbey and Shemp, Murray Corlett, those 3 cases, the court said, you know, we've had scriptures in schools for 160 years, and we're just not going to do that anymore. Well, wait a minute. Well, you've had it for 160 years. How come we're not doing it? That was judicial activism, just like they did Roe v. Wade, just like they did with marriage. He said, I wish that all of our people were brought up under the influence of that holy book. But best school book in the world? Most people are completely unaware that, for example, we had a Supreme Court decision in 1844. It's called Vidal versus Girard's Executors, and it was an 8-0 decision in the U.S. Supreme Court, and it came out of a school in Philadelphia, public school, government funded, government operated, said, we don't think we're going to do the Bible in schools anymore. And the Supreme Court said, no. If you're going to get government funding, you will do the scriptures in schools. We're not going to have any school that won't have scriptures in schools. A unanimous Supreme Court decision? See, what we hear is modern stuff. We hear about the decisions in 1963. These are the decisions, and oh, no, here's what the court said. Who cares what the court said? What does history say? What's the Constitution say? What's our practice been? And so this is where we really knew so little about civics, we let the Supreme Court become the super legislature for America, and they started making our laws. We're getting away from that now, thankfully. We usually win a religious liberty case every 4 or 5 years at the Supreme Court. Last year at the Supreme Court, we won 5 religious liberty cases. We as Americans have more religious liberty rights given back to us now than we've had in 60 years. And I don't mean that as hyperbole. I can prove that. We have the ability to do more things. But none of that makes any difference unless we're willing to go fight for those rights that they're giving back to us. Because people are so used to having a secular culture that when we try to reintroduce what the court has said we can introduce, you're going to have fights. You're going to have school board fights. You're going to have council fights. It's going to be there because people, you can't do that. The court said, no, that's what the court said 40 years ago. Here's what the court said in the last 2 years. And they're giving us back the First Amendment and back those rights. So it's something we have to fight for. Benjamin Rush, one of my favorite founding fathers, out of the 250 founding fathers, John Adams said the three most notable were number one, George Washington, number two, Ben Franklin, number three, Benjamin Rush. Benjamin Rush is called the father of public schools under the Constitution. Literally, he's the guy who came up with the concept. He said, now that we have 13 states instead of 13 nations, we need to be teaching some common principles in all of our states if we're going to stay a united nation. If we're going to stay the United States, we need to teach common principles. And so he talked about, he gave a dozen reasons we would never take the scriptures out of schools in America. A dozen reasons that would always be our core textbook for all 13 states. And he made this comment. He said, the Bible, when not read in schools, is seldom read in any subsequent period of life. And he's really right. We can prove this statistically now. We do a lot of polling, but right now, currently, only 9% of Americans, only 9% of Christians read the Bible on a daily basis. So this is not Americans, this is Christians. Only 9% of Christians get one meal a day. I mean, that's not a good deal, which is why I encourage, we've got to start feeding ourselves more often than we do. So the devout Christians, only 9% read the Bible on a daily basis, 91% don't. And only one out of, it's not, excuse me, it's 9%, this is a 6%. Only 1 out of 16 Americans can take the Bible and apply it to public policy. So only 1 out of 16 Americans can give you the Bible verses on why we are a Republican form of government, why we're not a democracy, why we have due process rights. Most Americans have no clue where those things came from, and they knew the Bible so little that they can't defend that. So that's why we have tough time with public policy right now, because we don't understand where these ideas and rights came from. We're trying to protect things that we don't know where they originated. So when you look across the nation, all 50 states, this is the worst biblical illiteracy we've had in American history as far as polling goes. We've been doing polling in America for 120 years. It's never been as bad as it is right now. So going back to what George Washington said, all the habits and dispositions lead to political prosperity. If we want political prosperity, which is what we fight for, it's what Wall Builders fights for, it's what Eagle Forum fights for, we want political prosperity. Only way you get there is religion and morality. That's the only foundation, Washington said, for political prosperity. And the biblical literacy that we have across the nation right now threatens our political prosperity more than anything else. Look at what progressive Democrats are doing. Look at what's happening in schools. Look what's happening with the 1619 Project or BLM. Look what's happening with CRT or SEL or anything else. The more secular we become, the more threats we have to our political prosperity. So it really is a time to get healthy. And in doing that, I'm going to close down by giving you a few challenges that historically I find to be very helpful for us getting healthy. We want to get healthy at the local, the state, and the federal level, no question about that. How do we do that? Well, we have a problem in America. The biggest problem I think we have is that we have an obsession with what goes on nationally. Everybody gets their news from somewhere, and nearly everyone has a national news feed. We watched national news feeds last night to see what was happening with the speaker's race. I got texts last night about 3 o'clock from members on the floor saying, hey, here's what we just did. And so I wouldn't listen to national news. I was actually seeing what was happening. But most of us get our national news. And if you're on the left, it's going to be MSNBC or CNN or whatever. If you're on the right, it used to be Fox, but it might be Newsmax or Epic Times or whatever it is. Everybody gets their news at the national level. And as a result, we're pretty good about knowing what's going on at the national level. We know what's happening with Congress. We know what's happening with the Supreme Court. We know what's happening with the White House. And I can ask nearly any American, who's the president of the United States, and they can answer that. If I ask them, who's the president of your local school board, they don't have a clue. They don't know what's going on there. If I say name 3 federal legislators, they can do that. If I say name 3 council members that make law for local areas, that make law for city and counties, they can't do that. See, we know a whole lot more about what's going on nationally than we do what's going on around us. And it's much harder to change the national stuff than it is to change the local stuff. You have to change the local stuff before you'll ever change the national stuff. And our problem with America is we have a national news feed that keeps us looking at the wrong level. We really have got to get rid of that obsession with the national focus and go a whole lot more in what goes on at the local level. And let me give you historical precedent. If I take you back to the American War for Independence, the first 4 battles fought in the American War for Independence, from top right going around, this is Lexington, that's Northbridge, Concord, that's Road to Boston, that's Bunker Hill. First 4 battles we had. It's interesting that in those battles, there's not a single record of anyone saying, George, you're the national commander-in-chief. Send us troops. We're outnumbered by the British. At Lexington, they're outnumbered 10-1. Send us help. Nobody contacted George and said, you're the national commander-in-chief. We need help from you. They didn't do that. How come? Because they all had the attitude that it's our community, we'll take care of it. You got other stuff to do. We need you at Yorktown and Monmouth and Brandywine, but we got this. And so it was that in every one of those battles, it was the local people that rose up. It was 70 people from Reverend Jonas Clark's church that went out and faced 700 British. It was 400 people out of Reverend William Emerson's church that went out and faced the same 700 British at Northbridge. Down here, it was 4,500 Americans that turned out from every congregation in the area to face the same 700 British going back to Boston. Battle of Bunker Hill, it was congregations all over Boston sending their people to go fight the British. See, it was all local stuff. And that's the way the American Revolution went. It's interesting that in the Revolution, there were more than 120 different battles that went on. If I asked you to start naming the battles of the Revolution, I would be shocked if we came up with 10 out of the entire group. We don't know those 120, and here's some, just look at the titles. See if you've ever heard of these titles. These are battles in the American War for Independence. They're part of what won the war. We've never heard of most of these. We've heard of the big ones. We heard where George was involved. But you know, there were more than 250 different battles in the American Revolution, counting our naval battles. George Washington was involved in only 17 of those battles, and he only won 6 of the 17 he was involved with. So George was not there for most of the battles. Most of these battles were local battles, and that's how we won the Revolution. We won so many local battles in South Carolina and Virginia and Pennsylvania and New York. We won so many local battles, we won the national battle. And that's what it takes, is winning the local battles to win the national battle. So that obsession with the national focus has got to be set aside for something a lot closer, a lot lower down, a lot more where we are. And that's where you start getting healthy. If I can point to statistics that we currently have over the last, this is statistics from the last 42 years of voting. The average voter turnout in local elections is somewhere around 6%, but it's 6% of registered voters, and 67.3% of Americans are registered to vote, so you have about 33% not registered to vote, which what that means is it's 67% of 6%, which means only 4% of adults vote in local elections. And that puts you down to only 2% is what chooses the winner, because half can choose the winner. So 4% turnout, you can win with 2%. So when you look at what happens with that, let me point you to a city like Los Angeles, the second largest city in the United States. The population of the city of Los Angeles is larger than the population of 23 states. It's larger than the population of Utah, just the city of Los Angeles. And Eric Garcetti is the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, and he brags that he was elected with 2.9% of the vote. See, this is where local stuff is winnable. I know enough people of faith in Los Angeles to have anybody they want for mayor, but they're not engaged, and therefore we lose the local battles. In my state of Texas, in Houston is the 4th largest city in the United States. Houston has a population larger than 20 separate states, and yet in Houston, we elected Anise Parker mayor with 3.3% of the vote. She's the first open lesbian mayor in Houston's history, and she went after people of faith, said, anybody who says marriage between a man and woman, that is now a crime, and I'm coming after you. And she went after a bunch of religious leaders who had said marriage between a man and a woman. She got elected with 3.3%. Well, people got upset, and so we had a special referendum. We turned out 14% and crushed her by 22 points. And 14% is still a low turnout. Yeah, but that's 5 times higher than what it had been. So local stuff is very winnable when people get involved. Take you to another place, Fort Worth. Fort Worth is 13th largest city in the nation. It was 6 years ago that Fort Worth Independent School Board came up with this policy and said, you know, we just don't think we're going to do this gender stuff anymore. We think we'll let kids choose whatever, they can choose whatever bathroom they want. They can choose whatever locker room they want. Kids choose whatever shower they want. We're just not going to gender anymore. Now that came out of my state of Texas. We're considered to be a conservative state. We're very much a Western state. And this policy, when it came out, got picked up at the time by Arne Duncan, who was the Secretary of Education for President Obama. He said, brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? New policy came out, said any school that gets federal funds, 96% of school, said any school that gets federal funds, you're not going to do gender stuff anymore. We're getting rid of the gender stuff. Now, this is problematic for me for several reasons. If you don't know anything about Fort Worth, Texas, its nickname is Cowtown, USA. See this Longhorns here? Twice a day, we shut down North Main Street in Fort Worth, and we do a cattle drive twice a day up and down Main Street. That's part of who we are as a people. Now, I'm a cowboy from Texas. I got a ranch in North Texas, got all the horses and cattle and pickups and everything that goes with the ranch, and you guys may not know anything about ranching. Doesn't matter. I can take any one of you to my ranch. I can put any one of you behind my cattle herd, and every single one of you can accurately tell me the gender of every critter in that herd. You're not going to have any trouble at all. It's a no-brainer. And Fort Worth says, oh, we're going to do this. So I looked at the city council, I looked at the school board of Fort Worth, because the president of the school board is the guy who came up with this idea. And I found that in Fort Worth, it's a city of 918,000 voters. And this guy was elected to the school board with less than 1,200 votes. I think it was 1,182 votes. And I started looking around in his district and quickly found some churches and congregations that had, one church alone had more than 3,000 people in that church. They could have had anybody they wanted for school board president. They weren't even engaged in the election. And so as a result, what came out of Fort Worth goes national, and that's what we've been fighting gender confusion now for all these years, and it came out of a little local school board that got picked up at the national level. Two more examples. If I take you to Bentonville, Arkansas, Bentonville is the hometown of Walmart. It's a city of 40,000 people. Christian lady there said, you ain't doing this in our schools. And so she ran for school board and she got elected. There were a total of 35 votes cast in the school board election out of 40,000 in the city. She won the majority. She got on the school board, but that's not as good as Riceville, Iowa. Riceville, a little town in northern Iowa, and there was a farmer up there who said, you ain't doing this in my town. I'm running for school board. And he got his name on the ballot, ran for school board. Turned out that on election day, he got busy on the farm and didn't go vote. And don't think he lost by one vote, because that's not what happened. What happened is not a single person voted in the school board election. Had he voted for himself, he would be on the school board, just that he voted for himself. See, this is where the battles are winnable. This is what goes on at the local level. I can show you things that have not been in the headlines in the last 18 months. We're winning Minnesota school board races, which is crazy blue progressive left, but we're getting people of faith organized and they're running good people for school board. We're winning there. If you go down to Denver, we took the school board in Denver. There were 1,500 congregations got organized in Colorado. They took 78 school boards, including Denver. They also got all 4 school boards in Colorado Springs. So that's the majority of the state's kids. We now have good people on the school boards. Same in Wichita. We got 3 of the 4 positions there. Treasure Valley, this is Boise. The most crazy state in Idaho is Boise. We took the school board in Boise. In Dallas, we got, let's see, it was 15 out of 15 school board seats in Dallas. People of faith got involved, joined arms and said, hey, we can do better. And so we got 15 out of 15 in Dallas. In Houston, we got every single school board seat on the ballot in Houston, got organized there after we had that referendum. We got about 5,000 congregations involved in that referendum on the stuff the mayor had done, and so just keep them involved. And we got every single school board position in Houston that was on the ballot. The same in Fort Worth. We got 20 out of 21 in Fort Worth. We got 25 out of 30 in southern Florida, Miami-Dade County area. I mean, all over the nation, we're seeing changes here. Moms for America is one of the many groups doing this, but it's just, we're getting organized. We'll start winning the big battles when we start winning the low battles. That's how you win the American Revolution. It's not the national stuff, it's the local stuff. And that's where it is. So my challenge to you, where I started, read the scriptures at least once a day. Feed yourself spiritually once a day, but start memorizing scripture. You know, it'd really be good if at some point we got to the level where that our most spiritual among the nation day, like us, the 1%, man, we don't even show up in kindergarten level for where the founding fathers were. And we need to raise our scriptural knowledge and know how to use it. So God bless you guys. Thanks for letting me share. Gail, back to you, ma'am.
David, whoops, this does not work. Which that here locally. They're free 8-week classes. They meet once a week online, and David is teaching. Thank you, David. Thank you for that marvelous, marvelous talk. What a blessing it is to have David here and have David in our life. And so you need to contact Holly here, and she will talk about these classes. You can sign up to take the free classes and hear this every week. So what a great blessing that would be. And let's see, Holly, how long do the classes last? How long do they last?
So this is
Yeah.
So what you want to do is go to patriotacademy.com and look up biblical citizenship. It says find a class. You'll find my name, and we are starting our class this Monday evening, January the 9th, once a week for 8 weeks. You could, 7:30 p.m. You can either join us online or in person. We're going to be at Impact Utah in Linden, Utah, in person, but I will send you, if you just send me your email or go to Patriot Academy and find my class, you can register for it, and you'll receive a link every Monday afternoon for the next 8 weeks, except for Martin Luther King Day and President's Day. Those are both on Monday, so we won't hold class those two, but it's an hour and a half long. It is hosted by Patriot Academy, who's Rick Green, David Barton, and his son Tim come on and teach as well. It's just fantastic to get a biblical worldview of the Constitution and action items that we can do to help this community know what we stand for and do the things that David showed here, that we, on a local level, we can make a difference so that we can raise the vote here. Any other questions? My last name is Sweeten. So just go, I'll tell you this. My name's Holly Sweeten. It's hollysweeten@gmail.com. Simple. HOLLYSWEETEN@gmail.com. Shoot me an email and I'll send you the link. How's that? Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so that's right, forgot. We are now going to hear from Marlo Oakes. Many of you have had the privilege of hearing him talk on ESG. I certainly have a few times, and I am so grateful that he is our state treasurer. And so now, Marlo, I have to tell Marlo this. We're having there's some difficulty with the recording, so you have to speak into both microphones in order for them to make the recording work.
Okay, sounds good.
And don't ask me why.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marlo.
Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, there we go. That's my office. Hold on just a second. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, good. All right, I am Marlo Oakes. I'm the state treasurer here in Utah. And for those of you who don't know what ESG is, it stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance. And it really seeks to address political issues through finance. So climate crisis, capitalism's injustices and inequities. Because Congress doesn't work, we have to now go through business. That is essentially what ESG is trying to do. And it fundamentally undermines our capitalist system and our constitutional form of government. If you don't believe that it's political, just look what happened with Tesla. S&P 500 ESG index kicked out Tesla. I'm sure you guys remember this in the spring of this year and put in ExxonMobil in the ESG index. Tesla is, of course, one of the premier climate-friendly businesses. But Elon Musk, I guess, got in the crosshairs of the politicians running the S&P 500 ESG index. So this is one of the quotes that I think is so important for us to remember. James Madison, crisis is the rallying cry of the tyrant. How many times do we hear a crisis, because of a crisis, we have to do something. We have to give up our liberties because of a crisis. Beware of that. This talks a little bit more about the politics of ESG, environmental, of course, the climate crisis. Under social, diversity, equity, and inclusion, those words sound really nice, but it translates really into using discrimination to fight discrimination. You'll see racial equity audits at companies, which is to measure the demographic makeup of a company. and try and force companies to move their demographic profile to fit more of a diverse agenda. So the Free Beacon, the Washington Free Beacon, mentioned how BlackRock, the largest investment manager in the world, has a line of credit with large banks, Wells Fargo and others. And it is that line of credit, it costs a certain amount in an interest rate to have that line of credit. Well, the interest rate or the cost to BlackRock goes down if they meet diversity quotas in their hiring. The subtext says race-conscious credit agreements are incentivizing illegal hiring practices across corporate America. Now, one reason why it's starting at BlackRock is because BlackRock understands that as the largest corporations adopt policies, that then filters down to the rest of society. So BlackRock is voluntarily doing this because they are hoping that it will end up in our communities across the country. If I had one image, this is the image I would show people about what ESG is. It looks like capitalism, but tastes like communism. So let's go. Do we have the video that we can show? I want to kind of pull out a little bit more broad. ESG we often think about as just in corporate America. But really the underlying philosophy I think is very important to understand. So hopefully that will work. Oh yeah, good. Oh shoot, the audio. I don't know the script well enough. All right. Well, we'll just move on. Basically, this talks about PragerU. For those of you who are familiar with PragerU, there are 3 videos on Marxism. I would highly suggest you review those videos. Basically, talking about how Marxism really underlies a lot of the things that we're seeing in society today. So if you want to just put my slides back up, I can continue on. Sorry about that. So really Marxism today that we're seeing is soft totalitarianism, censorship. So censorship, a lot of censorship is involuntary, and sometimes people aren't aware. If I post something on Facebook that says ESG, I'm shadow banned, or that post is shadow banned, and people don't really see that post very much. So we also have, of course, government working with the likes of other social media companies like Twitter to ban the wrong information, misinformation, disinformation. Maybe this is one of those public-private partnerships that we hear so often about. Mainstream media. If you're not familiar with the concept of mass formation, I would recommend that you study that. Mass formation is the idea that mainstream media is parroting one narrative, and there is an enemy that is identified, and society then goes after that enemy. So in the French Revolution, it was the aristocrats. In Nazi Germany, it was the Jews. More recently, it's the unvaccinated. And you see these society really turn against people who have a different opinion about a different subject or just identified as bad in some way. Surveillance, this is interesting. So we actually voluntarily give up our information for surveillance. I mean, it's essentially surveillance, right? Smartphones, smart speakers. In Colorado, there were smart thermostats that couldn't turn below 80 degrees during the summer, just to control the power grid. Data is really the key here. we are giving up our data, and that can potentially be weaponized. And it's because of the digitization of our lives, data is being used now and can be weaponized against us. And it's one of my biggest fears and concerns about where we are in the United States today. And essentially, it's the politicization. What we're seeing is the politicization of everything. That's part of Marxism. So Marxism really seeks to destroy three key pillars: economics, politics, and morality. Economically, it's really destroying capitalism. The goal is to destroy capitalism politically and morally. We're destroying the Constitution. That's the goal of Marxism. Capitalism and the Constitution are pluralistic institutions. Our country is based on plurality. People with a lot of different ideas. We put power in a lot of different places in our system. Separation of powers in the Constitution, but even in a market, the only way a market works is to have many different ideas about the future. And if you get rid of that, then you can push society in a direction that you want it to go. So think about traditional capitalism. The consumer, you and I as individuals, are at the center of that free enterprise system. We get to choose how we're going to spend our money, how we're going to earn our money. That gives us economic freedom. Adam Smith said the interests of society are served when each of us are pursuing our own self-interest. Even Barack Obama back in 2016 said it is important to remember that capitalism has been the greatest driver of prosperity and opportunity the world has ever seen. But ESG cannot succeed in capitalism because you have to have one thought about the future to drive a political outcome. So in 2004, this is one of the earliest documents that identified the words environmental, social, and governance. It's called Who Cares Wins, June 2004, United Nations. Only if all actors contribute to the integration of environmental, social, and governance issues in investment decisions can significant improvements in this field be achieved. So that's a picture of that document there on the left, Who Cares Wins. On the right, you see the endorsing institutions. This is, again, published in 2004. The actors behind this report are financial institutions. The two United States entities are highlighted in red. The red arrows there, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. I've circled there the financial institutions, asset management, securities, brokerage services, and now we've got insurance, banking, traditional banking. Why? Because money is power. ESG, very importantly, is not socially responsible investing. It's different. So you need to understand this. Socially responsible investing is a values-based investment strategy. It goes back decades in this country, typically adopted by religious institutions that wanted to have investment portfolios that reflected their values. But as a religious institution, I invested my money based on my values, and I let other people invest their money based on their values. That respects the market, it respects other investors, and does not try to push a political agenda. ESG is very different. ESG uses force to implement their agenda. So it's centralized power. With socially responsible investing, people would choose different industries or different companies that they didn't want to invest in. ESG is one. You get one flavor of ESG, environmental social governance. You're utilizing other people's money to drive a political agenda. So the big three investment managers in this country, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, they are also the passive investment managers. They have the most money, and they are using that money to drive ESG. It's not that you chose to have your money invested that way. They're just doing it out of the goodness of their heart. Now, ESG is also about engagement, and this is very important to understand. So this is BlackRock's global head of ESG integration. And this is the reason I say that ESG is illegitimate, is because people haven't chosen to have their money invested this way. and it is destroying the capital markets and companies. It is not a legitimate strategy, investment strategy. Megan Muldoon said, we have about 400 billion of sustainable products. This is at BlackRock, but we have 9 trillion of assets. That represents 4.4% of the total assets of BlackRock that are sustainable. Okay, that's more of a socially responsible choice. I, as an investor, may want my money invested a certain way. I have a choice. I can do that. Great. That's fine. But if we think that ESG risk and climate risk are investment risk, then we should be thinking about that, and not just with products with a sustainable objective, but in how we manage everything for all of our clients. In other words, if you have any money with BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street, this is BlackRock, but it's true for the others, all assets under their management are used to push an ESG agenda. So these are the largest index managers in the country, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. They own the market. They are not divesting from companies. They own the indexes. They can't just say, oh, we're going to avoid ExxonMobil or Chevron. They own them. And that is critical to understand, because of their ownership, they can then exercise the vote that they get as owners of those companies. So they don't divest, they engage with the companies through their stewardship groups. Okay, they have their investment group over here, they have the stewardship group over here. The stewardship group engages with the companies, the investment team does their investments, and the problem is what happens with that engagement. So BlackRock last year had 2,060 engagements with companies just on climate change, just on climate-related issues. So, for example, ExxonMobil. So BlackRock told ExxonMobil, you need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. You need to create a plan to be net zero by 2050. This is an oil company. And we want you to cut oil production by 20%. Now, if I'm an investor in ExxonMobil, my investment thesis likely revolves around the fact that I believe oil and gas is a very important commodity, and I want exposure to it in my investment portfolio. Therefore, I want them to maximize the profit that they're generating for me as a shareholder. I'm not expecting some other investor in the marketplace coming into ExxonMobil and telling them to cut the very thing that I want them to be producing. That impacts me as an investor in the marketplace. This is a serious problem. So it impacts the market and it impacts other investors. And one of the weapons that they use is the proxy vote. So that's the ability of an investor to vote the shares that they own, and they vote for directors and then issue sustainability report. They said this last year, we did not support the election of 176 directors for climate-related concerns. So financial markets only work, as I said, when people have alternative views about the future. So let's look at a transaction in the stock market. One investor says, I believe climate is an existential threat, therefore I'm going to sell my ExxonMobil. Well, you have to have a buyer, and that buyer has to have a different view. And maybe that view is that prosperity requires cheap, reliable, scalable fossil fuel. We need more of it, therefore I'm going to invest in ExxonMobil. And then you have a transaction in the marketplace. If you don't have alternative views, you don't have transactions in the marketplace, you don't have a market, you do not have capitalism. Markets also require innovation. The only way you get innovation is to think differently. And this is one of my favorite marketing campaigns of all time. Apple's Think Different campaign back in the 90s. This is no longer allowed. Let's look at capitalism and stakeholder capitalism. So capitalism in the United States, we talked about economic freedom, the individual being the center of that system. It is driven by competition and innovation. That is what allows us to prosper. Stakeholder capitalism also was being pushed by the Davos Manifesto. It's essentially fascism and communism. The idea is that society will be run by experts. Thank you, the United Nations, World Economic Forum and the European Union, all lovers of this kind of capitalism. And the key is compliance and conformity to what the experts tell us we need to do. So another great European friend of ours, Adolf Hitler, he could not debate. He distrusted argument and criticism. And he may be one of the first that really need, perhaps the first person who grew up in a safe space, and we see what happens when you have too many safe spaces, right? We've got to learn how to debate and talk with people that don't agree with us, because that's the only way that we come out better as society. It's the marketplace of ideas. He also believed the party system, freedom of discussion, and freedom of the press sapped the unity of the nation. From this, he told the Hitler Youth, "We have to learn our lesson. One will must dominate us. We must form a single unity. One discipline must weld us together. One obedience, one subordination must fill us all. For above us stands the nation." Unity is not the key. We have to have diverse viewpoints. So, what can you do? Businesses need to hear from us, okay? If you know of a business that is politicizing their business, tell them you don't appreciate that. This is a local business here in Utah. It's one of 7 companies in Utah to pass the B certified certification, okay? Be certified, you can see in the dark box there, we're using the power of business to do good. Actually, I want you to use the power of business to do business. Let the constitutional forms of political bodies do the business of our social issues. And you can see over there their core values that they put out: inclusion, equity, diversity, basically DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. I don't have a chance to talk about the connection, but there is a very real connection between DEI and Mao's Cultural Revolution that I can get into at another time if you're interested in that, but it is kind of depressing. Politicizing business, here it is again. This is on the Be Certified website. Again, this local company is a certified corporation. Why are they doing this? Because they want to show you, the public, how virtuous they are. We need to tell companies we don't want them to tell us how virtuous they are. We want them to give us the best products and services at the best prices that they can. Focus on business. We'll take care of our own morality. So this is my favorite. If you go on this Be Certified website, okay, they talk about a lot of different issues that they address. Marketing of breast milk substitutes. Okay, this is important for businesses to understand this, all right? Think about how important this is for a clothing and furniture company. The marketing practices of companies involved in the production and sale of breast milk substitutes, defined by the WHO as products for infants aged 36 months and under, are controversial because of the risk that certain marketing practices may create an undue influence on a mother's choice to breastfeed, which could in turn negatively impact the health of infants. Companies involved in the marketing of breast milk substitutes are eligible for B Corp certification if they meet additional requirements. So apparently this local business had to go through this process, and I don't know what their position was on breastfeeding, milk substitute, I don't know. But they passed, whatever that meant, okay? This is how crazy it's getting. And it is this way because they haven't heard from us in the marketplace saying, we don't want you to politicize your business. We have walls, separation in this country for a reason. We separate our politics from our business and from sports and from everything else. But now we're seeing the breakdown of that. That's Marxism that's happening to us. All right, some other things you can do. Urge the state to avoid federal funding. The Biden administration, I don't know if this rule actually went through, but they were proposing rules requiring contractors to set carbon reduction plans. And the government is pushing ESG and DEI with their whole of government approach. And so if you take any money from the feds, you're potentially opening yourself up to this. In your retirement portfolios, avoid money managers, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. Easier said than done. Let managers know you do not want ESG. Stop virtue signaling. And then these are very good questions that you can ask your financial advisor. If you scan that QR code there, or it's under strive.com/5questions.com, Vivek Ramaswamy, Strive Asset Management. He has some questions that you can ask your financial advisor, and it's very important that we do that. And this, of course, ultimately, it comes down to the truth. Are we committed to the truth? If we're committed to the truth, then we can defeat this. Communism wants us to believe that 2 + 2 = 5. And if we give in and say, okay, yeah, I guess as long as it means that I'm safe, I'll say 2 + 2 = 5. No. We have to be committed to the truth. We have to be willing to stand up for the truth. And the more of us that stand up for the truth, the more that the truth will prevail, and the truth shall make us free. John 8:32. Thank you. And sometime in the future, we can talk about America's and Mao's Cultural Revolution. So thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. We have about 5 minutes. We can do a Q&A. If anybody has any questions they want to ask, happy to answer those. Yes.
So after the meeting that you hosted with David Barton last time, and you told us the same information, I talked to my financial planner, our financial planner, about, we didn't want to be in any of those things. And when you said it again, you said easier said than done. And that's kind of what he said too, because it's mutual funds. Everything's in mutual funds, and it's hard to know. What do you suggest?
Yeah, so those 5 questions are really helpful, because you can have your financial advisor find out how did the mutual fund vote on ESG issues. And it will shock you what they voted for. For example, racial equity audits for insurance companies. This is blatantly illegal in the United States to do. The SEC plays a role in this, in that they approve proxy proposals for company ballots. The SEC is supposed to be a gatekeeper for proxy proposals that are illegal or otherwise divisive or social, but they have lowered the standard on social issues and accepted a lot more social types of proposals, to the point that they approved an illegal ballot measure on an insurance company, and that ballot measure is coming back this year and will be on the ballot again this year. Racial equity, insurance companies are not allowed to underwrite business based on race, and yet that's what this proposes to do. So those questions that you ask your financial planner are really important, because that information then goes back to the investment manager, and that tells the investment manager that we, the people, are looking at how they're voting our proxies, and we expect them to get out of politics and let politics remain with our legislative bodies and not happen in the capital markets and with our businesses. So thank you for that question.
Awesome. Let's get one here. Is that okay?
Yes.
Who's here is thankful for that he's doing this? Raise your hand. Who here is Yeah, so if I go to my companies, I tell them this. If I go to Vanguard, because I'm in all those, most of us are, they don't listen to us. We tell them this, they don't care. We're not high enough. We need to know what leverage, because this is why they're doing it. They're doing it because they're being highly pressured. But when we try, we're not able to pressure them the opposite. So could you tell everyone in here We have, through you or through the Attorney General, how do we go to a Utah company and tell them, look, you cannot do this, you cannot demand this, you cannot support this, you cannot pressure us to do this? Or how do we go to our mutual funds or investments and say, and if you don't, we have this backup from Marlo. I have his phone number, his email. He's going to come here right now and beat you up. What are we supposed to do? Because they have too powerful of an incentive to not give up this fight.
Yeah.
And we do not have anyone helping us. All the legislators here, we get nailed. If we go against the tax, the healthcare, this fight, we get nailed. And no politician comes to help us. We ask our people now, like, yeah, this is something I'm not, I don't want to take that fight because I'm not going to get elected next term. What am I going to do? And we are stuck. We need a tool of leverage to pressure against them.
No, and this is great. Thank you for bringing that up. The legislature in the state of Utah is very focused on this issue. In fact, so focused that we have like 35 bill files open. We are consolidating that down. We have great support. Representative Shipp here, Representative Strong, others in the legislature that are here are very aware of this issue. The problem is that legislation and government is force. ESG is force. It's happening in the marketplace. The best solutions are in the market. So it's a matter of the treasurer saying, all right, I'm selling 100 million of BlackRock exposure in our public treasure investment fund, which I did last January. And as a trustee on Utah Retirement Systems, it's saying, okay, as a trustee, I have a fiduciary obligation to ensure that the money is not being politicized in that retirement system, okay, and working with the retirement system to address managers who are politicizing their business. What you can do is the same thing with the financial advisors, working with your financial advisors or talking to the company that you get your retirement through about the issues, those 5 questions, because they need to be aware of it. And then secondly, if you see people in the marketplace like this local company be certified, you tell that local company, do you realize that you're pushing Marxism? Most people in the state of Utah, most businesses don't want to be tied with Marxism, but they just don't realize it. It's all virtue signaling and it looks good, sounds good, and therefore we're going to push it. But until and unless we stand up as consumers and say, stop doing it, it's going to continue to happen. You may not be able to do it in your business, but you could identify another business, and there's going to be workers in that business that are under pressure. They will appreciate the fact that you told that business to stop politicizing. So hopefully that's helpful. And I'm being told I'm done. Thank you.
Many of you probably came to the event we had with Glenn Beck and David Barton. If you remember the things that they talked about, in fact, Glenn was here so he could meet with the legislators and talk about this very thing. And I went with Glenn and David to meet with Marlo, and they had quite a interesting conversation. And Marlo mentioned 35 bills that they're looking at in the legislature right now. That's too many. Think about it. They're not going to pass 35 bills. So I think the legislators need to work together. I know that they're working down to 5 now, 4 or 5. See, that's much better. When you get to 2, you'll have it right. But one of the things that happened when Glenn was here is that in talking to the legislators, his idea was to have treasurers that are doing exactly, state treasurers doing exactly what Marlo is doing and getting the state out of the ESG business. And the idea is if they could get from 30 to 35 states, and they're going around doing these same presentations that they did here in the state of Utah and meeting with the legislators. And if they could get that many states to do that, to say, we're not going to do business with ESG companies, that would force, BlackRock and all of these big companies to change, because if they lost 35 states, can you imagine what that would do to their business? That's how we do it. Sometimes the states need to band together for things, and sometimes we just need to be, more independent. But this is a time, and it's been done before with other issues, where states need to come together and just say no, and we would all benefit from that. So I hope that's one of the bills, that we're looking at. I know that you're working with the legislators on this, so that one of the bills that pass is one that puts Utah in a position to be one of those states. Anyway, that was so good, Marlo. Thank you so much. So much information. This really does have to be the year to do something about it, because we're out of time. I mean, talk about taking over our lives and controlling the government and controlling everything we do in our life. This is it, and we need to do something about it. So our next speaker, this was the one I told you that we were changing, because Janae Strachey has to catch an airplane or get on an airplane, and so she's going to be our next speaker, and then Bobby Clayson will speak after the break. So there she is, Janae. So we are really blessed to have Janae with us today. You can read her bio in your program, but she's with Heritage Action, has come here today, clear across the country, and has to go back across the country from, I don't know if you live actually in DC, but she's here from DC. And we appreciate Heritage for being willing to send Janae here to talk to us today. Thank you.
Both microphones. All right, I'm setting this down just for a second. All right, thank you. Well, thanks everyone for having me. I don't actually live in DC. I live in Virginia, and I am proud to make that distinction. I will use this one as well, I promise. There we go. I did fly in. There we go. Thank you. It's taken a lot of help to get me set up here. I did fly in from Virginia today, and David was mentioning the speakers race last night. Were you guys paying attention? Were you still awake? Anyone still awake? Okay, I see a few hands. All right, that means there's a few other night owls in here. I am a night owl, so that wasn't bad. But I was up following that with my office as well. I'm not here to talk about the speaker's race, so I won't, but I'm going to take a moment of privilege and just say, there was a lot of different commentary in the news saying whatever they wanted to say, and it was interesting to hear the different takes on it. But from my perspective, the people that were saying, this is embarrassing, like, we got to get it together, I actually think it was kind of cool that they were able to have that debate publicly for the American people to hear, see, and watch. That's a good thing for America, regardless of where you stand on the issue or what the final outcome comes. That's the transparency we need, and that's the transparency we need in government throughout every issue, including our school system. Now, you're going to have to bear with me a little bit. This is not a speech. This is a presentation. I tend to be rather conversational about this, and I think someone else is clicking through this PowerPoint for me. I think I'm going to deviate a little bit, so we're just going to go through these points. And the only reason I'm deviating is because this PowerPoint covers a number of different things. We can pause on this for now. This PowerPoint covers a number of different issues that I think you guys have talked about today. And what I want you guys to walk away with is not only an understanding of what's going on in schools. My suspicion is that a number of you here today have an idea of what's going on in our school systems. But I also want you to walk away hopefully encouraged, challenged, and having some practical steps to take, and possibly just some homework. We've got our work cut out for us, and it is work. It is a sacrifice on all of our part to be involved. And that was something else that was touched on earlier, is having to actually pay attention to what's going on. The news alerts for your local news probably not popping up the way your national ones are. It does take an effort to stay engaged, and that is what is required of us. So as Gail said, thank you for that introduction. My name is Janae Strachey. I am the director of Grassroots for Heritage Action, and we are working on 7 policy priorities this next year. Now, we do not have set policies as an organization. We are a sister organization to the Heritage Foundation, so we work on conservative policy, period. And that ranges from a variety of different issues. However, looking at the landscape of today, there are a lot of different issues that could pull our attention, but looking into the new Congress a year ago, said we're going to help set the agenda for incoming elected officials, and these are the issues we need to focus on to win back America. It's not exhaustive. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. I think list some of them out. Now, obviously, there are a lot of other issues that matter as well, but these are the issues that we decided an incoming Congress must address. They must take action on. And you can see the number 1 there, and these are not necessarily in numerical order or by order of importance. However, I do think it's fitting that education falls at the top there. And the reason I think that, listen, we could walk through, I bet a number of you in this room could talk about any one of these issues on here and make a case for why it is the most important, why it will be the one that sinks America, why that issue will be the one that, hurts our economy, our families. And you know what? You might be right. You might be right. I don't think that we can pick just one issue on here and say, we saved America. Good job, pat ourselves on the back. We're going to have to work hard on all of these. And that does not mean that everybody has to do everything. I won't keep referencing everyone else's speeches, but I really appreciated what David had to say about the local versus national. And I think we could take that a step further even than just politics and policy and knowing what's going on in the news. We are not God. I am not God. I am not omnipresent. I am not all-powerful, all-knowing. I was not created to do that. So I cannot fix all of these problems. I cannot know every time there's something going on in whatever state or city. I can only do my part. I can only wake up that day and say, Lord, what is it that you have me to do today? Lord, what calling and burden have you put on my life? Now, hopefully, you can engage in a lot of these different issues as they arise, but I do want to encourage you that you don't have to be God. You only have to do your part. You only have to be willing to step into it and to perhaps make an uncomfortable sacrifice on your time. All right, we can go to the next slide. This is our saveourschools.com website. A little bit further later on, I'm going to reference some of the specific resources on this website, but we at Heritage Action, I'll take a moment to talk about our Sentinel network. This is really the bread and butter of Heritage Action. We are a conservative grassroots organization. So everything that we do federally and in the states is powered by our grassroots network, which we call Sentinels. And I know there are a number of Sentinels in this room today, some of which I've been able to chat with a little bit. And Sentinel is exactly as it sounds. You're the front lines of this battle. It is a battle that we're in, both politically and also spiritually. And Sentinels are taking the front line of that. We host a weekly call to keep our network up to date on fights that are happening that week and what action can be taken before you hear about it on the news. Because if you are paying attention to the news, by the time you hear about it, the deal is already baked. It's done. The decision was made. We want you to be having those conversations with your lawmakers before the decisions are made. We want you to be talking with your state lawmakers about legislation they should introduce, not talking to them after the legislation is already introduced, after it's already passed. So everything we do at Heritage Action is to be a resource to all of you. We do that through a number of different ways. We've got staff all across the country. And Nathan Duell, who's at the back of the room, he can wave, you see him standing back there. Nathan is our regional coordinator for the state of Utah. He's the boots on the ground and your go-to person. If you need anything, if there's something that Heritage Action can clarify for you, that can fill in the gaps for you. And, we're love to partner with Eagle Forum. There's a number of issues in Utah that we've been able to partner with Eagle Forum on, and it is all hands on deck, let me tell you. And it is great to have friends in the conservative movement. So between Nathan, your regional coordinator, our weekly call, and then the resources that we make available online, that's our ultimate goal, is to empower all of you and to be a resource to you. With that has come some new brands. Save Our Schools is one of them. We've built out a few other ones. ESGHurts.com, seeing thumbs up there from the treasurer. Thank you so much for that presentation as well. It is an important issue. It's terrible, but it's also exciting because we're winning. This is a winnable issue, and I love that we've got state lawmakers fighting for it. There are a number of other brands that we build, but we do this because I think that the conservative network can link arms and join together. And then there are some people that really just get activated by a particular issue, that are looking for a place to go. And they might come to Heritage Action's website and be like, okay, I don't know, I'm not really looking to get involved in politics. I don't know what this is all about. Or if they're a mom that hears what's going on in their school and they're desperate for resources of how do I fight back, and they can go to a place like saveourschools.com and go, okay, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I need. We don't need it to be Heritage Action branded. We want it to be effective and to expand the resources for people. So that's why we built out some of these other brands. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. I mentioned that I came from Virginia, Northern Virginia, and there are parents that have been talking about some of the litter boxes that have been showing up in their schools. Now, I wish I could say that this was because the schools had decided to bring a live mascot in, or perhaps a pet. I'm not a big emotional pet person, but I think there's a lot of therapies actually that work. So maybe if schools wanted to test that out, I could hear about that, could get behind that. But unfortunately, that's not the case. They're bringing litter boxes into the schools because they have students that think they're cats. They're called furries. I'm not kidding. Now, if you do a Google search and you start looking for news articles about this, you're going to find a number of articles that say, GOP talking points, rumors, this isn't true, this isn't happening. Those are all the articles that come up. But we have firsthand accounts from parents who have seen this, experienced this. And if you Google furries, not furries in school, but furries, it is a real thing. They have conventions all over the country, all over the world. It started in around the 1980s that this started in California. And it's people that like to fantasize about being cats, being animals. And today, it's becoming more mainstream amongst our kids. Now, I don't bring this particular issue up because I want to scare you all or say like, hey, guess what? All of our schools have litter boxes in them. Hey, guess what? All of our kids think they're animals. No, but I am bringing it up to say that's where we're headed. That's where we're headed when you live in a world, a society, a culture, when there are no rules, when there are no bounds, when you can be whatever you feel like being. Why would we stop? Why would we stop where we're at? Why do we have drag queen story hours in most of our schools and libraries? 5, 10 years ago, would you guys have thought that that was going to be a commonplace thing? A celebrated thing? A thing that parents were taking their kids to and vocally trying to normalize? I wouldn't have. So the reality is that we all have a sin nature, and without rules, Without law and order, it is our nature to go towards chaos. We're living in a very hedonistic culture right now. What suits me? What pleases me? And there's not a silver bullet to fix it, honestly, other than a spiritual revival, which is actually my encouragement to all of you. This could change rapidly with a spiritual revival. I really do believe that. But I think it's going to take all of us doing our part in multiple different ways. So I'll talk about it today more from a activist point of view, knowing that it can't just be activism. It can't just be politics. We're not going to have a politician that changes our laws and suddenly our schools are cleaned up and suddenly our kids no longer think that they need a litter box and can just use the restroom like everyone else. I mean, come on, they're kids, right? Our culture is, their parents are letting go. We've got two different groups here, and I'm going to address both of these. But we've got a leftist administration and a leftist mob in this country that is hell-bent on pushing this ideology on our kids. And it's not all the teachers either. There's some really good teachers out there that are getting the heavy hand of the administration down on them and are afraid for their jobs and are trying to do their best. You know, if they all quit, then what? We've seen that in all sorts of industries. So it's not all the teachers, although I think this young new wave who have been indoctrinated for most of their lives are coming in as activists. So we've got this sect of just the administration and the education system that has become a factory mill for turning out liberal activists, not American citizens, progressive activists. We've got that, and then you've got the parents over here who have been indoctrinated themselves, and they're pushing it on their kids. Both are a problem, and they're gonna have to have different solutions, and we should absolutely fight for both of those. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm going to keep moving through the PowerPoint. So our top priorities is educational freedom. We believe that parents are the best advocate for their kids, not the government, not the school administration, not even the teacher. You are the best advocate for your kid. Now, as I just laid out a few examples, there are a number of different challenges that we're facing. And so it's going to take a variety of solutions. I bet, even the liberal ideology aside, let's just go back to education, what's supposed to be happening in the education system. I bet every one of you personally, not even talking about your kids, personally could say, I learned different than my spouse. I learned different than my siblings. I really benefited from this one teacher that, did this out-of-box thing, and that was really helpful. I bet in this room we've got people that were homeschooled, went to private school, public schools. I bet in this very room there's a variety. And that is good. That's fun. All of our kids and brains are wired to learn differently, and parents should be able to make that choice. What environment is best for you, your family, your kids? That is the ultimate goal that we will fight for every step of the way, because a lot of this will be solved by you being able to take back the power and charge of your family and of your kids. Now, I personally, I'm the product of school choice. I was in the public school system until I was in first grade. I grew up in rural Iowa on a farm, and very rural. So like our public school, my class growing up was about 30, 35 kids. That was our public school system. There were not private schools within like 45 minutes, an hour drive of my parents. That wasn't really an option. And there were a few different incidents that happened in the school that the school board basically lawyered up and said, don't tell your parents until the parents found out with the sheriff knocking on their door. Parents were, of course, upset and went to the school board meeting and said, what are you going to do differently next time? Now, keep in mind, this is over 2 decades ago. What do you guys think that the school board said? Nothing. We didn't do anything wrong. They weren't going to do anything different. because they were set up to protect themselves. So that's not the case everywhere, but generally speaking, that's what we've seen, and this has been going on for years and decades. So my parents decided to pull my sister and I out. I have 2 younger brothers and 3 older sisters, actually. So in my family of 6 kids, 2 oldest sisters went to public school all the way through. The sister above me and I were both public school and homeschooled. And then my 2 youngest brothers were always homeschooled. So even in our family, it's like a melting pot of education. And then college was everything from community school, private schools, state schools, trade schools. All my siblings have done something different. So I personally am really grateful for the options that my parents had in the state of Iowa, even at the time. And this has become an issue across our country that has been boiling under the surface for a really long time. It didn't just pop up in the last 12, 24 months. It's been going on, and now it's finally rearing its head so loudly that parents everywhere are saying, enough is enough. Not my kid, not my family. And I have seen parents, probably just like yourselves, I'm guessing since you're all sitting here, that have stood up all across this country and said, no, what can I do? How can I take back the school? Do I need to run for school board? I'm gonna show up. They're like, I've talked to so many parents, like, I'm not a public speaker. Like, I was so scared, I was so nervous. I just went up to the microphone and spoke my piece, and then, their video would end up going viral, or the local newspaper would pick it up, and parents everywhere are like, yes, thank you for saying that. Thank you for speaking up. And it started this wave across our nation where we are seeing parents, grandparents, community members. Now I'm harping on parents and grandparents, but hear me say that it is going to take everyone. Even if you don't have kids, if you don't have kids in the system, we can't just pull our kids out and homeschool them. We can't just worry about our families, because the majority of American families will send their kids to public school. They either want them in public school, they're a single parent and it's the only option, the way their state laws are set. And there could be a number of reasons why they are choosing public school, but the statistics show the reality is that the majority of American students are going to go to the public school system. So if we want to let the left to continue to own the education system and indoctrinate our kids, then we can just pull our kids out and try to get by, or we can fight back and fight for some of these laws. So this is our priority. These next 2 slides, we can go to the next ones. I'm not going to spend as much time on these because I believe you already had a whole session on critical race theory and hopefully walked through the foundations of this issue and what it means for each of you. I do think that understanding the concepts of critical race theory is important because it doesn't show up that blatantly in your schools. Now, sometimes it does. There's a school system in Georgia that was saying, well, we don't teach critical race theory. What are you talking about? This is not in our curriculum. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see a few different concepts about this as well. Actually, it's 2 slides from now. Oh, go back. We don't use CRT. That's the slide. There we go. Sometimes this is the case. It's not always a clear curriculum, but there's school in Georgia, and I know that there have been a lot more around the country. Someone on our comms team did a quick Google search and was just kind of like playing around with their school website and some of their budgets and what they'd spent on. And guess what? They had a whole line item under critical race theory. They didn't even use other terms. They'd paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for presentations in their school on critical race theory. So it is sometimes blatant. It's not always blatant. And we need to be able to recognize it and know that when you walk through your child's hallways, I think there is a case here in Utah, and they've got, and this is the case in a lot of schools, honestly, they've got signs up on the walls, and it's the ABCs of activism, progressive political activism. In elementary schools, they're starting young. We've got teachers that are splitting kids up into groups and giving assignments that ask questions that are very, very politically driven. They're not teaching them to read, they're not teaching them to write and teaching math. They're teaching political activism. All right, let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so this one is, I think, this is one of the issues. I think all the issues in the education system are important, but I think this one is the one that's really disintegrating the fabric of our society and is destroying generations of kids. They are pawns. And I mentioned earlier that there are teachers that are actually pushing this. It is their agenda to become a teacher so that they can feel affirmed, so that they can change the culture. They want to break down the traditions and the foundations of America. That's really what all of these issues about, everything we talk about. What the left does is all about dividing. They're not unifying, they're dividing. And there are some teachers that are really pushing that, but they're also mentally ill themselves. And I don't say that as a slur. Yeah, they are. They are also hurting people. Now, that doesn't make it okay. I'm not saying that to offer sympathy of like, oh, well, you guys, they just had a hard life and, they're just doing their best. I don't say that to offer them a pass. I say that to hopefully remind us the humanity of it and to remind us that the kids in the school system that are changing their pronouns or decide that they want to be a cat or perhaps even have surgery to completely alter their body in ways that they can't ever go back from. My heart truly breaks for them, and I hope that your heart does too, because I think that is going to be the driving piece for change here. This can't just be an outrage over somebody thinks differently than me. I can't believe somebody would be okay with changing their pronouns. I can't believe somebody would be okay with having surgery. That doesn't make sense. Biology, it doesn't make sense. It's not right. But that doesn't matter to them. They don't know that. They're probably not Christians. They've maybe never been to church. They might not know anything. They might not have any foundation, any grasp. They are mentally hurt. They've probably experienced trauma. And I know that there is an agenda here, and that's where I don't have any empathy. And it needs to be stopped, and we will continue to come at it with full force. But I hope that as you approach this in your communities, that you'll talk about this. A website that I want to send you guys to is sexchangeregret.com. This isn't my website, it's not Heritage Jackson website. It's a website that a man named Walt Heyer runs. Does anybody know Walt Heyer? A few hands, okay, not very many. You guys should check out this website. Walt Heyer is a man who, I'm not going to tell you his whole story because I've got to wrap this up, but he became a woman and lived as a woman for quite a significant time of his adult life, and then became a Christian and saw it for what it was. The surgeries that he had living as a woman that he had made him suicidal, depressed, it didn't make anything better. And he became a Christian and switched back, and now his entire ministry is talking about this and counseling other people. Sexchangeregret.org. There are books, documentaries, and I think that if we want to fight on this issue, we need to help people understand the seriousness of it. Not just that it's wrong. Yes, as a Christian, I want to always be a testament and example for Christ of what is right and what isn't. That's important. But winning people over isn't just telling them they're wrong. And I think that, I've even heard some conservatives talk about issues like this as they're running for school board, and they say, I know some kids that are going through this and they're just the sweetest kids, and my kids are in band with them, and I want them to have a comfortable experience in school as well, so we're trying to find a way that works. I love the empathy. I love that they're not talking about the child in a rude way. But that's a really fine line of having a broken heart for them and saying, oh, yeah, but they're so sweet, they're so nice. I bet they are really nice kids, but they need help. They don't need affirmation. If you have a child who is left-handed, but you want them to be right-handed, you don't cut their left arm off. You help them adjust to what they need to adjust to. We are using our kids today as pawns, and I think people need to understand the severity of it, that these kids are owned by Big Pharma and will never live a normal life again. And they're starting to share their stories, so it's giving me a little bit of hope. All right, I've got to wrap up. So I promised you guys some practical things. I want you to write down saveourschools.com if you haven't already, and you can go there. There's a resources tab. This is where your homework comes in, because whatever way you walk away saying, okay, how can I fight? Do I have the time to run for school board? Can I write letters to the editors about these issues? Can I start raising awareness about some of the things going on in my community? There are one-page tip sheets on this website for each of these things. There is a how to run for school board. So if you're even thinking about it and you want to know, what's it take? What do I need to know to run for school board? Step by step walks you through it. Okay, what if you win? What if you run for school board and you make it, and then you're like, oh my goodness, I won, now what? How do I govern? What is the language that's going to be thrown at me? How do I manage a budget? Like, what is the left going to be throwing at me? There is a one-pager, how to govern effectively as a school board member. Tips for submitting an open records request if your school lacks transparency. Please submit a FOIA request and try to find that out. Take screenshots, document these things, and if they delete what's on their website, there's a tip sheet on here, how to find deleted internet content, and it is step by step. There are tips for testifying, whether this is your state before your state legislator or a school board. There are a number of step-by-step resources on here that I would love for you all to print off. If you don't want to print them, reach out to Nathan. We will provide these for you. Read them, learn them, share them. These are really practical things and ways that you guys can get involved, because if we don't save our schools now, we will be kissing generations of kids goodbye, and that, I believe, will be the end of America. I am so encouraged by the people all across this country that are stepping up, and the more this is talked about, the more people know, the more people that are getting involved in the state bills that we've been getting passed. And so I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing, and thank you for having me here today.
So thank you, Janae. That was a great talk and things that we need to pay attention to. When I was introducing people that were elected officials, I wasn't thinking about the school board race, and so there you are. So we do have a member of the school board. So if you would stand up, please. I mean, she was one of those miracles that David Barton was putting up there on the screen. I just wanted him to put a picture of her up there and say, this is what's happened. So all the things that you heard Janae talking about, this is who you talk to. And we have other great school board members also. I don't know, is Natalie here? Was she here earlier today? Somebody had mentioned that she was here. And usually Jenny Earl, who's also on the school board, is here, but she's had that horrible tragedy in her family, and so she isn't able to be with us today. So we've got good people. And we're getting more good people. That time is very close when finally, and I've lived here for 33 years, never ever in 33 years have we had a conservative state school board, ever. and we're almost there. We'll see what happens. We might even be there. You might influence enough people that we'll be there. What's the difference? Why now after 33 years? Well, it's called partisan races, and people knew who they were voting for, and that was great. So we are going to take a break. You've got about 20 minutes. So go out and go to the vendor's table and visit with everybody. Get your tickets. You know, each vendor will give you a ticket that you can, a little slip of paper that you can sign and put your name in the hat for the drawing. Remember this beautiful painting over here by Kendra Bartlett. And not Bartlett, Burton. I know a Kendra Bartlett, sorry about that. Kendra Burton. Anyway, and there are several other gifts, so you have a good chance of winning if you get out there and get your slips of paper and visit the vendors. And be back in here so we can start on time, because you're not going to want to miss one word of Bobby Clayson. And so come back in 15 minutes. That's enough time. Go for 15 minutes and then come back so we can get started. Before I introduce Bobby, I want to tell you about another change. After Bobby, I was going to speak, but I'm going to speak after that because Marilee Boyack, who is going to be talking to us about the pro-life issue, needs to leave on time. And so she's going to leave, and then I'm going to speak after that. So that's the other changes. Is this working now? Oh, was that what this little note was about? Talk into both mics. It's really hard to remember both mics. All right, so Bobby Clayson. I'm just excited to have Bobby speak here today. I went to a presentation and heard him speak along with Marlo, talking about, it was called Save Our Ranchers. And I left there really excited, talking about it on my radio show, talking to friends and family and everybody else. Save our ranchers, we need to save our farmers, we need to save our own gardens in our backyard, and we need to listen to what Bobby has to say today, because I since have met with him and with his wonderful crew and talked about the things that they're going to be doing and what we can do legislatively. And you have good things going, Bobby, and I want everybody to know about it. So, and you can read his bio in the program. You have to talk into both mics.
All right, I'm pleased to be here. Thanks to Gail and the Eagle Forum for inviting me to speak. Thank you. So, for those of you who haven't read my bio, my background is as a software engineer and an entrepreneur. So, I built a tech company here in TaxBit. It's a software company that does tax and accounting for cryptocurrency and things like that. It's now a $1 billion company. I'm the owner of several different businesses. So you're probably wondering why I'm here up talking to you about our food crisis. I'm sure most of you are actually pretty familiar with the dangers and the very, very real food security issues that face not just other parts of the world, but here in the United States and here in our state of Utah. The story essentially goes that in 2020, we all saw supply chain disruptions, pretty obvious. One of the major ones that happened was in the food and meat processing, right? The plants like JBS in Cache Valley had, COVID sweep through. They shut down the entire facilities, and suddenly beef and meat prices in the store exploded, right? So I took notice to this as a very enthusiastic carnivore. And I started to wonder, as sort of a problem-solving type of person, I always want to get to the root cause of things. So I started to look into it and started to see that the ranchers were saying that they were in some very serious trouble because these meat processing plants that collapsed, that shut down for a while, are actually highly centralized, right? There's really only 4 major meat processors in the United States, and they control about 85% of the processing. One of those companies that's in Cache Valley is JBS, is actually Brazilian owned, so it's not even a US company. So I started to look at this as a supply chain issue of being centralized and therefore brittle, right? Centralized systems are very brittle, decentralized systems are resilient. Because when you take one piece out of that system, a decentralized system, the rest still functions. A centralized system, something goes out, we're all kind of hosed, which we saw in 2020. So I started to look into it a little bit deeper and realized that it's not just a centralized system, it's actually a monopolized cartel system. And that if you look at some of the lawsuits that are against these big 4 meat packers, they're actually engaging in production controls where they reduce the amount that they have to pay in the auction yard for cattle while simultaneously increasing the cost that you pay for at the grocery store, right? So they keep the margin. So while our ranchers are screaming, breaking even if they're lucky, and in a lot of cases actually losing money per cow they sell, the food processors are making bank. They're making record profits with record margins, which is a huge issue. So that was obvious that needed some disruption, right? If any of you are familiar with the tech industry, disruption is to take an industry that's become overly bureaucratic and centralized, and bring some new technological innovation to it that breaks that up. But if only it stopped there, right? If only we were dealing with a government that refused to use antitrust laws to break up what is clearly a cartel structure. I started to dig into this a little bit deeper and discovered that it is actually, in fact, highly related to ESG. And it's not just here in the United States, but there's a very serious food crisis brewing globally that must be addressed. The two major organizations that are pushing this, of course, are the UN and the World Economic Forum, as well as the organizations that are contributing in ESG regulations. They want to attach things like credit, which if you know a rancher, you know that they depend tremendously on credit. Really, to operate their farms, they have to take credit to purchase their inputs and then sell and pay those off. In fact, if you knew how much the average farmer or rancher was in debt, it would mortify you. But what they're attempting to do is to attach ESG specifications, if you will, to access to that credit, requiring them to use less nitrogen fertilizer, to consume less water, to go green, if you will, and that is further putting pressure on their operations, and many of them are beginning to sell. To get a little bit deeper into this, I want to sort of fast forward what we are seeing here in the U.S. By looking at Sri Lanka. Maybe some of you are familiar with this. The Prime Minister of Sri Lanka is, you might say, an acolyte of the World Economic Forum. He wrote an article in 2019 entitled, "This is how I will make my country rich by 2025." And it was all bragging about how the use of implementing ESG and these new fourth industrial revolutions in his country would ultimately create an explosion in their economy. As you might imagine, he was, of course, dead wrong. In 2021, he actually completely banned synthetic fertilizer. Okay, now, if anybody here, is there anybody here in agriculture? Does anybody know how dependent we are on synthetic fertilizer? Like, our global population only exists because of synthetic fertilizer. That is a fact. So he implemented this change. He banned it. So they all had to use manure or some other form of fertilizer in order to grow their crops. What happened is not at all surprising to anybody who understands this. Sri Lankan farmer reported, "I cannot recall any time in the past when we had to struggle so much to get a decent harvest. Last year, we got 60 bags from 2 acres, 60 bags of grain. But this time, it was just 10. That's like an 80% reduction, right? And across the board, it's at least a 50% reduction in their ability to produce food for themselves. Now, if you're familiar with Sri Lanka, it's actually more wealthy than India, which is a neighboring country historically, but that is rapidly changing as they're implementing these changes. It's important to understand that the World Economic Forum is functionally a Marxist organization. Don't let anybody tell you different. It's very, very clear. We have some sort of German supervillain, like we're in the movie Die Hard, running the organization and spreading a lot of Marxist nonsense. And of course, what we're seeing out of that is the typical outcomes of Marxist policy, and that is bread lines, right? So they're standing in lines just for the right to buy a little bit of food. They're being rationed fuel. They're really, really genuinely struggling. Now, it's been said that we are all 9 meals away from anarchy. It turns out that human beings generally don't like to be hungry, right? It's one of those things that we won't tolerate very well or for very long. And so with these enormous economic problems that they're beginning to see in their country, they took to the streets, as happens in places where people start to go hungry. And their protests were so violent against the president and the prime minister of their country that they actually had to, they stormed their houses and they had to leave the country and resign in order to protect their own lives. That's how upset people are. Now, it hasn't really improved because it's actually somewhat bankrupted their government, and their access to credit has been reduced, and therefore their access to oil. So now they're having an enormous energy shortage there. This is extremely important to understand. As if food insecurity, famine, and starvation wasn't bad enough, starvation causes an uproar in civil society. Right? It's an extremely common spark for revolution, historically speaking. So our food supply is tied directly to our willingness to hold down our government, the Constitution, etc. But don't worry, there is a silver lining to this. Sri Lanka actually has a 98.1 on a scale of 100 of ESG, right? So they can pat themselves on their scrawny backs that they have succeeded in this incredible feat of having this high ESG score. So congrats to them. I mean, this is an absolute travesty. It's unacceptable, and it's not something we should tolerate. And if you look around the globe, countries like Haiti, other countries that have similar ESG scores, they're roughly in the same situation. There's a lot of food insecurity there. Well, I've got a little bit more bad news for you, and that is that this is not just third world countries that are struggling here, right? This isn't like famine we've seen before in isolated areas and we can help them out. We're seeing these policies being pushed globally everywhere, especially through the World Economic Forum and through ESG requirements. So this is the Netherlands here. Now, I'm sure most of you know probably a farmer and rancher and know that they're so busy doing what they have to do to survive that they really never go on a real vacation. Like most of them don't have real vacation. So if they get involved with politics, you know something is very seriously wrong. So they started to push these ESG requirements, especially related to nitrogen runoff, on the farmers in the Netherlands, as well as trying to reclaim their property and bring it back to nature, right? That's a whole nother agenda. And so they took to the streets to protest this. So it is becoming a serious problem. Now, the Netherlands is actually one of the most efficient agricultural countries in the world, and it's one of the top agricultural producers by dollar amount in the world. That tiny little country is mostly agricultural. So they're experiencing this in a very, very real way. This is growing as a problem for people in the world. So David Beasley, of the head of UN World Food Program, said, a record 345 million acutely hungry people are marching to the brink of starvation, and a staggering 50 million people in 45 countries are just one step away from famine. And they've just barely gotten warmed up. They've just barely started to implement this in different countries. Imagine what will happen when it comes full-blown if we allow that, which we won't. Our favorite German supervillain, Klaus Schwab. Don't worry, they're putting all of our ranchers out of business by making it impossible to do business. How are we going to eat? How are we going to have protein? Don't worry, there is the bugs, right? 5 reasons why eating insects could reduce climate change. That is an article published by the World Economic Forum on their website, pushing the idea that we're going to replace hamburger with cockroaches. Fabulous. Our other favorite nerd, genius, psychopath, Bill Gates, stated, again, openly, all rich countries should move to 100% synthetic beef. You can sort of change the behavior of people or use regulation to totally shift the demand. So this isn't just something that they're gonna create and put in the meat aisle next to actually the regular meat that humans are meant to eat. They are going to be pushing it with regulation, and we have their statements that is what they're attempting to do. So those of you who know me know that I'm not a commiserator. I didn't come here to upset you, scare you, and then send you home to a sleepless night. That's not my objective today. I am a problem solver, and I associate with people who solve problems and stand up and actually do something, and that's why I'm here today, because I know you all are the same. So we have basically a three-part plan that's going to help make our state more food independent and help create barriers to this ESG regulation coming into our state, especially in regards to food production. The first one is, of course, a set of legislative bulwarks, right? We do have the 10th Amendment. We do have the right to regulate intrastate commerce the way that we want to. Commerce done inside the state has more protections than you would get when you cross state lines, because most of the regulation is based on the interstate commerce clause of the Constitution. But it's not quite enough. We do need to erect several other barriers around our state to keep this from coming in. And we are assembling a committee of people who are digging deep into this issue, looking at policy, and trying to figure out how to change this. One of the other ways that we're trying to make a big difference here is through what's known as a private membership community that's being created by an organization that I'm the president of, The People Restored. We have a booth out here. For those of you who are familiar with this, you might also know it as a private membership association. Private membership associations have about 150 years of Supreme Court support when it comes to the right of individuals to do commerce with each other in a private setting. So to give you an example of this, it's not a great example because I'm not a supporter of drinking alcohol, but during the Prohibition era, you had situations where you had counties that were dry counties, and you were not allowed to buy or sell alcohol commercially, but you could make it yourself and consume it. And so certain organizations started to band together in clubs or associations and pay dues and be members of that association. That took them from a public organization and turned them into private organizations, simply sharing commerce with each other. So we are creating a private membership community that will be coming out with its own business certification for businesses that do not support ESG requirements and are just in the business of doing business in the state of Utah. It will be all business, but our main focus, of course, is agriculture, since that's the critical thing that we're attempting to attack there. So if you want to know more about that, you can go to thepeoplerestored.com and sign up, and we'll keep you informed as it comes about. So the next thing we need is infrastructure expansion. Like I said, there's 4 main packing plants in the United States that are running everything. We have a set of small packing plants, but in order to get a cow processed through a local plant, you need about 6 to 12 months lead time, right? That's how backed out they are. So we are putting together a group of private equity managers and investors to begin to invest in our infrastructure so that we can process our own meat and eat local beef here in the state of Utah. Like I said, I'm a software engineer, so I tend to lean on my strengths, right? And so the next thing that we are doing is a direct distribution marketplace. So this is an app. You can think of it as an online farmer's market, okay? So if you think of it how Amazon works, Amazon is not, they're in the business of reselling, but you can go on Amazon as an individual, create a seller's account, pay a few fees, and then set your own prices, list your own products, and sell directly. So we are we are building software that will do that. It will push, it will be designed to push localized food markets so that you'll be able to purchase directly from people here in the state. Our local farmers and ranchers will grow, they'll become more self-sufficient, and our state will become more self-sufficient in the process. So to give you an idea, thank you. Thank you. So this actually works in conjunction with the PMC, because if you are a member of the PMC and the business that you, the food producer that you want is also a member of the PMC, then you can buy and sell things that would otherwise be regulated out of your control inside of that private network. So those will work in conjunction. So the final thing that I want to say here is that I think we're all aware that this is not just a bunch of fools who have bad policy, right? It's much more than that. This is really about control, right? Those who control the food supply chain control the world. They control everything. If they are the choke point, then they can dole it out according to a social credit system, ESG score, or some sort of other means of destroying our liberty and freedom. So this is unacceptable. We cannot allow this to happen. So we need to control our own food supply chain so that we control our own destiny. So thank you very much. God bless.
Does he have an adapter? Or should I go get one?
No, this, oh,
I can go
David,
get one.
she needs a, I think I have one on the table there. He's getting it. So we just want to thank Bobby. That was just such a great presentation, and let's all get involved and let's save our ranchers, our farmers, our gardens, save our food. And I'm sorry again. Andrew is great. Good thing we have Andrew and David here. Of course,
David?
he's getting it for you.
Is this it?
I don't know. Does this one work, David? Okay, so now you're going to hear from my dear friend, Marilee Boyack. We worked together on the pro-life issue, have ever since Marilee moved here, I think. And so grateful for Marilee and all the work that she's done, because saving babies will always be there. When they say save the babies, we're going to show up, and we hope you show up with us. So, Marilee.
Good afternoon, and I am happy to be here. Give me 1 second. While I'm doing this, I want to know who out there is pro-life. That was a little pathetic. Let's try it again. If it were me, I'd be jumping to my feet. So let's hear it again. How many of you are pro-life? It was 4 o'clock. I had to do that just to keep you awake. I am really happy to be here. I appreciate this opportunity. I'll tell you, I wear a number of hats in this regard. I am Director of Development for Pro-Life Utah. Go Pro-Life Utah. Thank you, ladies. All right. I'm the chairman of Abortion Free Utah Coalition. And newly, in case you haven't heard, Latter-day Saints for Life is our brand new group. Director of Development for that. If you want to hear about that, let me know. In 6 weeks flat, we're in 21 states and 4 countries. So please know that the pro-life work is cranking. Are we not? All right, so let's talk today about Utah's future post Roe v. Wade being overturned. Well, you know what? I'm just going to do a little quiz. Every year, 144 million babies have the wonderful luck of being born alive. Isn't that interesting? 144 million. So every year, how many do you think are aborted? 7 million? 14 million? 73 million. So when I hear a liberal tell me they want abortion to be rare and safe, wrong answer. In fact, I heard a young woman sharing this statistic, and she said, 1/3 of my generation is dead. 1/3 of her generation does not exist. I also get a lot of people in Utah that think, oh, well, we don't have abortion here. I hear that all the time. Wrong answer again. Almost 4,000 babies are being killed through elective abortion. And I will use that term elective for the convenience or other reasons that the mother chooses. Planned Parenthood Association of Utah killed over 2,800 babies last year. They saw a 25% increase in abortions. So when I hear people say Planned Parenthood of Utah does good, I'm sorry. Slaughtering 2,800 babies a year does not equip. All right, let's talk about SB 174. This was passed and signed by the governor, Governor Herbert. This is referred to as the Utah abortion ban. It's also referred to as the Utah abortion trigger ban. You'll hear various terms. It's all the same thing. This was sponsored by our heroes, Senator Dan McKay and Representative Carrie Ann Lisenby. Let's give them a shout out. And I know Representative Mark Strong, one of our champions, is here today as well. This contained a trigger that if a court of binding authority made it legal to ban abortion, this would take effect. We got this passed, never dreaming that this would ever happen. Ever in our lifetime. I've been in this work for many years. Did any of you ever dream that that would happen? And Gail did. Gail has faith. The rest of us, go Gail. Then on June 24th, we got the ruling from Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. This was the U.S. Supreme Court. We all remember this day. I still cry thinking about it. We cried buckets all day. 6-3 ruling with Justice Alito. And I'm going to stand at the pearly gates for Justice Alito. I'm just saying. I'm going to stand at the pearly gates, testify this man gets an automatic pass inside. And he wrote the majority opinion. Chief Justice Roberts wrote a concurring, differing slightly, and the court held that the Constitution does not prohibit the citizens from each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion. In other words, they turned it back over to the states where it belonged in the first place. But even better, this beloved justice said, the Constitution makes no reference to abortion. Go figure. And no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision. Going to great lengths, he showed that the Roe decision stood on inexcusably weak grounds. Let's give that an amen. Amen. And he concluded that Roe and Casey must be overruled. Let's give that an hallelujah. I should have been an evangelical preacher, I know. Here are the primary results of the Dobbs case then. There is no longer a right to abortion, and that is just glorious. The states are free to legislate abortion laws, and here's an interesting overlay. The states' laws, whatever they do, will be given strong preference, and the level of scrutiny, they said, is reasonable. What that means is if a state makes a law and there was just a reasonable rationale behind it, the Supreme Court will affirm this. This is good and this is bad, right? This moved the battleground to the states. In the state of Utah, it was incredible. That very day, an email was sent to the entire Utah legislature, and it said the requirements have been met, so the Utah trigger abortion law goes into effect immediately. Also, the Down syndrome bill went into effect immediately as well. And guess what? The killing stopped. The killing stopped. We then had a giant party. Many of you were there. It was sweltering hot. I think Satan opened up hell to be really hot that day just to make us uncomfortable, but he did not dissuade us. And we had a great party. And then Monday came. Planned Parenthood and the ACLU sued, claiming that the Utah law violates the Utah Constitution. And if you read this, it is parroting pretty much all the language that was used in the Dobbs case, but trying to give a shot at saying this is how the Utah Constitution should be heard. On that day, a temporary injunction was granted by Judge Stone suspending the law. I'm going to be standing at the pearly gates with Judge Stone. An 18-week ban, however, this is funny. This is bad planning on Planned Parenthood's part. The 18-week ban that we also had in place stayed in effect, went into effect, and they had, I think, forgotten about it, to be honest. So at least we're saving a few babies that way. Judge Stone then 2 weeks later granted a permanent injunction to be in effect during the course of the lawsuit. So that is what is in effect today, and the killing resumed. The Utah Attorney General appealed this injunction. The Utah Supreme Court has agreed to hear the appeal, and it will likely be heard. It keeps being put off. First we heard November, then we heard December, now we're hearing late spring. During this period of time, from the granting of that injunction, almost 1,750 babies have died since that temporary injunction was granted. Now, I thought I'd give you a feel for what's going on in the nation. Abortion is banned in these countries, in these states. You can see them listed there. These are our hero states. We love them. There are partial bans in Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. And then the states listed here, Arizona, Indiana, Iowa, Montana, North Dakota, Ohio, Utah, and Wyoming, good on my two-letter abbreviations, have their bans on hold. And we are one of them, are we not? So here's a map that can kind of show you, do we know where our heroes are? Southeast, they are our heroes. They are our heroes. Look at them, holding the nation. And then we see the bans on hold. That's kind of our group of valiant states that are trying to fight. And then down below you can see where it is still legal. And in fact, we are seeing, on the one hand, bans going into effect, and on the other hand, we're seeing states such as California and others passing laws to make it allowable to kill babies all the way till birth. There was never a time in history where the pro-life work is so divided so clearly. So what does our law say? I hear so much misinformation, so I want you to really kind of pay attention. I know it's 4 o'clock and you got to get that brain cells going, okay? So pay attention. This is what our law says. First of all, it bans abortion. We love that part. That's my favorite part. It bans abortion. And then it creates some exceptions which were needed in order to get the passed law, which I think shows some grace and mercy. Exceptions include to avert the death of mother, a fatal fetal defect or severe brain abnormality of the baby, rape or incest. So please know that those occur. I hear so many people saying, oh man, you know, the woman was going to die and they wouldn't do an abortion. Wrong answer, all right? We have those exceptions in the law. It does not include removing a dead unborn child. So if your baby has died or you had a miscarriage, that is not included. And an ectopic pregnancy, of course, is not included because a baby is not viable in a fallopian tube and it would kill the mother. It only applies to, look at this, clarification, a fertilized implanted ovum, all right? Keep that in mind. That is the clarification and that is where it applies. So what are the next steps? The Attorney General is appealing this to the Utah Supreme Court, like I said, regarding the injunction portion of this lawsuit. That hearing will be in late spring. Our Attorney General needs to hear from you. They are hearing a lot from the other side. They need to hear from you that you support life. The underlying lawsuit continues. The first hearing may be held in late summer. These courts need to hear from you. Let me give you a current legislation update on what's happening right now in the next session in Utah. First of all, Senator Dan McCain and Representative Carrie Ann Lisby are working on fine-tuning that abortion ban. Okay, we've had some questions and people are griping, and so there's going to be a slight fine-tuning of that just to make sure it's clear. Representative Kira Birkeland is working on rape legislation to protect women and to preserve the requirement that a rape be reported. This is our number one attack that they're placing on our bill, is saying women who have been raped should not be required to report it. The problem with that is if we eliminate that reporting requirement, we have opened the barn door. Any woman could sign a piece of paper saying, oh yes, I was raped, and get an abortion. We need to be very careful on that one. Representative Ray Ward is running a bill seeking to dilute and weaken the abortion ban law. Be very, very clear on the intent of Representative Ray Ward. We need champions. We need champions in our legislature who have courage to step forward and support these bills no matter what. We don't have enough. I hope that you will talk to your legislator and we hear, oh, I'm pro-life, but no buts. We need them to be champions. Hold them accountable. And it's critical for every single one of you in this room to sign up for these text alerts. We need you when we blast out a text alert for you then to reach out to your representatives. The number is 385-200-9929. You can text the word life. Frankly, you can text any word you want. We don't care. But if you sign up there, it will sign you up and you will get text alerts and find out about this. We also have the the Pro-Life Coalition and the Abortion Free Utah coalitions that are working on these issues. I wanted to make sure you were aware of them. We have multiple organizations that are coordinating pro-life efforts. Pick one and join. We have Pro-Life Utah, Utah Eagle Forum, Latter-day Saints for Life, Pregnancy Resource Center, various Catholic support organizations. They've been fearless, Knights of Columbus, and others. We are all coordinating our efforts. We are all working together to save babies. I wanted to just highlight the work of Pro-Life Utah briefly. We save babies. See that picture of that mobile clinic? It's parked in front of Planned Parenthood. Right in front of Planned Parenthood. In fact, I want to give a shout out. Our mobile clinic director, where'd you go, Suzanne? Come on, stand up. Suzanne is our mobile clinic director. And I have to laugh. When Suzanne took the job, she said, I will not stand in front of Planned Parenthood. I will not stand in front of the sidewalk. One day she had to go because no one showed up, and guess what? She saved a baby. And guess what happened after that? She's addicted. We have saved 54 babies this past year. Just think of that. 2 classrooms full of children are alive because of the efforts of Pro-Life Utah. We support moms, giving them financial assistance through Life Grant, baby supplies up to a year with the baby bank, resources, direct support. We have community outreach. The Festival for Life is going to be on June 24th to celebrate Dobbs and the overturn of Roe v. Wade. You'll see us on social media like mad. And we have legislative efforts that we're working on to defend our ban. That is our number one priority this year, and to restrict abortion pills access. I wanted to alert you of one activity we're going to be having on January 25th at noon at the Capitol during the legislative session during their lunch hour. We're going to have a funeral. We're going to have a funeral for 1,746 babies who have died. We want you there, dressed in black. We want all of you there. We want your families there. We want to send a loud message to our legislature of this is unacceptable, and we will honor the lives of these babies who have been slaughtered. We need every one of you there. And we know it's a tough day and a tough time, so please make an effort to come. If you want to receive more information about ways to get involved in the pro-life work, we need your help. We need bodies, we need donations, we need you spreading the word, we need you teaching your children and your grandchildren the sanctity and importance of life. Please come and get involved, and we have a table out there that you can get more information. Our call to action is this: the fight to protect the unborn is not over. And in fact, we are at the most crucial crossroads in the history of our state. It will take courageous men and women throughout our state to demand protection for our most vulnerable citizens. Please commit today to do something. Everyone asks why I got involved in this work, and I will tell you, I wouldn't be able to stand, before my children and my grandchildren and hopefully my great-grandchildren and say, I knew the most incredible evil was occurring in this world, and it was occurring down the street, and I did something. I hope and I pray that all of you this day will choose to do something to protect our little brothers and sisters who want so desperately to have a life. Thank you.
Wow. That's a hard one to follow because I agree with every word she says. That's what I've been doing for years. When the babies need us, we come running. In fact, we mentioned about the trigger bill, and now was the time to have a trigger bill. And so I had that impression, that really strong impression, and I took that thought to our pro-life coalition and said, now's the time to have a trigger bill. And because we were discussing what bills we were going to bring forth that year, because can't bring too many. One or two is a year is about all that we're going to have a chance to pass. So we had to take it and talk about it, and we had to look at all the other bills that we were considering. And we agreed on that bill, but then some legislators came forward with other bills, and so we ended up with more. And I was a little concerned about it. But then I was thinking about it, and I thought, okay, now who would be the best sponsor? And there wasn't a name that came to my mind. I just was thinking about it, praying about it. And one night was at an event standing next to Dan McKay, Senator McKay. And I was just looking at him and said, hey, how would you feel about being the sponsor of our trigger bill that life begins at conception? And this one is implantation. And he said, sure, I'll do it, just like that. So that was the way it was supposed to be. And I have to tell you, I knew in every ounce of my being that we were going to overturn Roe. And that's why I felt we had to have a trigger bill. And so I said when I was speaking at our big pro-life party that, you know, it was the perfect bill at the perfect time with the perfect sponsor, because Dan did an incredible job of presenting that bill. I couldn't believe as I listened to him on the floor, and when he got through, nobody could, you know, the Republicans anyway couldn't vote no on that bill. It was, and then 2 years later, Roe was overturned. So I appreciate him and all these legislators in here today that all voted for that bill and who all support getting that bill back into force. It lasted 2 days. For 2 days, you know, I guess it was from Friday until Monday, abortion was illegal in the state of Utah for 2 days. It was so glorious. And then it was taken away, and almost 2,000 babies have died since then. So we got to fix it. And I just appreciate Marilee and Pro-Life Utah and all those that work together on this issue, helping to save babies. So now you're going to hear from me if I get plugged in here. And we are coming to the end of the day, and I'm going to have to lay this down to plug in. So I'm going to talk about why I believe that now is not the time for an Article 5 convention. And I'm going to start with a statement that we just came from Glenn Beck in September. Something that I was just very grateful for, and I had been talking to him. My husband and I went to Texas and spent some time with him. And Glenn said on his radio show, I have been a supporter of the Article 5 Convention of States. I have been a pretty big supporter, a vocal supporter. I am reversing that today because after some real thought and prayer, we are not the people to open up this sacred document. We are not the people. That was a God-inspired document that was divinely written. You can read that from, I don't know how many founders. The very hand of God was involved. Ben Franklin even said that the very hand of God was involved in writing that document. Do you believe that we could send that kind of delegate today? Someone who when they got to an impasse, someone like Ben Franklin would say, let's pause and go to church and pray. They did not politic, they prayed. I'm not for opening up the Constitution anymore because we are not that people anymore. When we are that people, I will be for it again. When we have demonstrated our humility and our obedience to God, and I'm afraid it's going to take a massive beatdown of our country to get to that place, then I will be for it again. Someday we will be humble enough to recognize God, but someday we will not be an enemy to God. We will not be so arrogant. When we are those people, I will support the Convention of States. But I withdraw my support, and I am sorry to say that. It is because of the fact that this Constitution is wholly inadequate for someone other than a religious and moral people. We are not those people, and we should not stain this document. Those are my same thoughts. I would never say that there shouldn't be an Article 5 convention. I'm saying we have to be a righteous people so that we listen to God to do it. You look at what's happening now and the people that are out there and all the states that would come together. We don't have those people right now. But God will let us know when we do, just like he did the first time. You know, on September 13th, 1994, Cleon Skousen wrote a letter to Phyllis Schlafly, starting with, Dearest Phyllis. That letter included the following paragraph. In all these years, you and I have only divided on one issue, and as time passes, my feeling is that while I was right on the abstract constitutional principle, you were undoubtedly right in sensing a great danger if we tried to apply Article 5 of the Constitution during a period of the most depraved political corruption in the entire history of our country. In any event, you won. And I am always grateful when the heavenly powers push events in a direction which ultimately serve the divine purpose of our great nation's manifest destiny. And then you heard, what did you hear today from David Barton? He said, this is the most secular period in the history of America. And yet at this very time, there are those who are pushing and pushing to have this Article 5 convention. We need to listen all together, listen to the Lord, and ask him, because he'll tell us when it's time, whatever that time will be and whatever that reason will be, but we've got to have good people. And so I want to talk about a bill that was before us last year. It was HJR 9, and it was about calling an Article 5 constitutional convention. But it was not the usual kind of bill. It wasn't the other bills that we've already passed here in the state of Utah that just said we want to have a convention and here's why. And in order to get to that point, they had to have 2/3 of all the states join together and agree, supposedly, on one issue, and then they would call the convention. That's not what this bill was, because we've already, Utah already is involved in 2 calls already. This bill was a joint resolution that demands Congress to call an Article 5 convention of the states. It said, this resolution demands that Congress set a date and a place for an Article 5 convention of the states to impose fiscal restraints on the federal government towards achieving a balanced budget amendment. Now, this bill didn't say we need 2/3 of the states to agree with this. This bill said Utah is saying, we demand right now that Congress call the convention. And if this bill were to pass, then the demands would be that Congress call that convention now. In fact, it provides that legal action will be undertaken to compel Congress to call an Article 5 convention, and if they fail to do so within 60 days, then there will be legal action. The state would sue Congress for not calling the convention. One state, Utah. It implores Congress to require that any imposed amendment be ratified by a state convention, and that just means instead of the legislature doing it, that the state would call a convention in their own state. So where does this come from, and where do they say that Utah has the power to do this? In 1979, the legislature of the state of Nevada passed an Article 5 application for a convention proposing for fiscal restraints. And what they're saying here is that they were the 38th state to do that. And where did they get 38 states? And so in 1979, they're saying our bill, our Utah bill, which I've been told is coming back this year. I hope it doesn't, but I was told it was. They're making the claims that back in 1979 we had enough states. And so, and this is just explaining that, and then it says, we have, in this case, the 34 states, that they have enough for the 34 states. So Congress failed to call the convention. So therefore, Utah is demanding that Congress call that convention right now. And then by the end of 1979, they had more states, and so now they said that we have 39 states, and we need to call that convention. So where did those 39 states come from? They went back from the very beginning and started counting the calls and saying, oh, clear back in 79, if you go back to the very beginning, you'll see all these calls. Things like they started with the very first calls. In fact, in the bill, and I didn't put this in my PowerPoint, I probably should have, were these charts. There's like 3 pages of these charts showing all these states and what their calls were about and what year the calls were. Things like, the first ones was like Virginia and New York. They both had a call for the Bill of Rights. And so they're counting that one. Well, we have the Bill of Rights. That was already, so why would a call for something that we already have in the Constitution, why should that count? And then in 1861, New Jersey had one on slavery. They're counting that. Well, slavery's not illegal anymore. That's in the Constitution. And then there were 7 states from 1901 to 1907 that were calling for the direct election of senators. But we already have the direct election of senators. So again, why are we counting those? And then Montana, they had Montana in there for 1911 for an anti-pornography call. Well, we don't, pornography is not legal in this country. I mean, polygamy, excuse me. We should have that on pornography too. But anyway, for now we'll call it polygamy. Anyway, so how can those calls still be valid? Their subject is already a constitutional amendment. If they're already constitutional amendments, how can we count them again? One of the states that have rescinded, other states have all rescinded all their previous Article 5 resolutions. There's 8 of those. So you add that all up, and there's like 17 right there that you would subtract from that 39. But they're counting it, Utah's counting it, and saying, okay, Congress, you need to do it now or we're going to sue if that passes. First of all, I think it makes us look very foolish. And how do we justify that? But what they're doing is aggregating. And this strategy of aggregating is because the advocates of this is that it's a treacherous way to bypass their own failure to achieve consensus in enough states for Congress to call an Article 5 convention. They can keep trying to do that. Nobody's stopping them from trying, but when they do it this way, I don't believe it's honest. And instead, they're creating a counterfeit consensus through the aggregation. Think of the amendments that could be proposed when the application for a convention is as broad and vague as this. I'm going to skip that one. So proponents are trying to dismiss our concerns by assuring us that anything that comes out of a convention must be ratified by 3/4 of the states. But what they don't tell you that is only takes 50% plus one of those people in the states to call for their state, to ratify for their state to be one of those 38 states. That's a big difference. And in most cases, it'll be the legislatures that do it, but some states might decide to do a convention. So what are the things that they could commit, that 50% could commit to? Because we just think about our own legislators. Look at what we're going through trying to get this bill passed to protect the children. Look what we've done with abortion all these years. And now we're trying to protect the children from the puberty blockers. And why hasn't it happened? Because leadership won't let it happen. Well, leadership is the ones that are going to be going to the convention. They're the ones that will be there, voting on these amendments to the Constitution. And then it's going to come back to our local legislators, and what will happen? Let's talk about some of the categories, because in the bill, that the Convention of States bill, one of the things that calls for, there's three things that it says anything that falls in these three categories can be discussed at the convention. They can be amendments as long as they fall in these three categories. Well, one of those categories is to limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, which actually that's what the Constitution does. But that's one of the things they have in there. Well, think of the things that could be proposed under that category. Remember, there's going to be lots of liberal people there. Look at all the liberal states. There's going to be Democrats and Republicans, and everybody's going to have their own opinion about what falls under this thing about limiting the powers of the federal government, like marriage equality. They're going to say, those who support marriage equality, and didn't we just see things that are shocking to you about people who are supporting marriage equality now? Because that's what they call it. Marriage, when they want to say that marriage can't be just between a man and a woman, it's because they want marriage equality. How many states, maybe even our own, could get 50% to support marriage equality? And abortion? And the Equal Rights Amendment, I can tell you, I go through that battle with the Equal Rights Amendment all the time. And I could see it happening in Utah, them getting 50% to support the Equal Rights Amendment. What a disaster if we ever pass the Equal Rights Amendment. Talk about abortion always being legal, and gay marriage, and all the things that maybe we don't want that fall under that category. And the Second Amendment. Now, I don't think that they could get the votes to get rid of the Second Amendment, but they could get the votes to amend the Second Amendment, like, for instance, to get rid of assault weapons. But when they start doing that, then that's how they get rid of the Second Amendment. Now, on top of this, in Congress, there are two bills basically doing the same thing. One says that Congress hereby calls a convention for proposing amendments. They're using this same aggregation way of doing things, to aggregate, of saying that how they already have enough to call the convention. This one says that they have to count all of the calls for the convention except for those that have been rescinded, which means when you add them up, they have enough states. So if they pass that, they will call a convention. And remember what we just talked about, things that we could see pass right now in the world that we live in now? I think we could come together on this, just like Glenn Beck has done, and others that are agreeing with him, and say, this is how people on both sides of this work together, knowing that we want to do this at the right time, not just do it to do it because we think this is the only way to control Congress. Because if you go back and look at all the ideas that are out there, there are many who are saying, and I mean those who are promoting this, who feel like that we'll have lots of conventions and know that the conventions will go on for a while. And we'll have legislators going back and forth from home to back to these conventions. They don't even have to adjourn them. And we can start governing from conventions of the states, the Article 5 Convention of the states, passing amendments to the Constitution, just as if we were passing laws. And that's not what we want to do. And so that just explains more of what I was just saying. So our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for to the government of any other. This is what John Adams said. And we need to be that people. We need to be that people before we have a convention. And so I just had somebody today ask me, can you tell me why you are against having the convention? I told her that, she'll find out. I'm going to talk about it. And there's a lot of reasons that I could talk about, more things that I could bring up. But I just want us all to work together and make sure that when that convention, if and when, and there's a good chance that it's meant to happen because it's in the Constitution. And like I said, the Constitution was divinely inspired. But it has to be the right timing. And so that could happen. And then when it is the right timing, Glenn Beck said he'll be back. I'll certainly be there if the Lord says now's the time. And as I look around this room, I can see a lot of people who also will be there when the Lord says it's the right time. We just need for it to be the right time. Thank you. So now we're going to hear from Delane England. Where's Delane? Why?
Because I need time to do pass outs and stuff.
Oh, okay. Try to cut it as short as you can. We're way over. For those of you who, wait a minute. For those of you who don't know, this is not Delane England. And I just got told it's not going to be Delane England yet. It's going to be Mary Ann. So, and when you finish, you introduce Delane.
Okay. All right, first of all, I want to remind you, I'm supposed to use both mics at the same time.
Yes, just a minute. Let me get my stuff out of your way.
I just want to remind you to go to your packet, and if you will all get your packets out right now, reach into the right-hand side and pull out all of the 8x10 pieces that are towards the back of that side. Just pull them out, set them aside. We're going to get to those in just a minute. I want to remind you about the Venmo QR code, the PayPal QR code, and I want to remind you about the drawing, because we have this beautiful painting, we have Hale Center Theater tickets and movie tickets, some Cold Stone Creamery tickets, and so you get those for either visiting the vendor tables or for making a donation. If you use the QR code, once you get a confirmation on your phone, just take it out to the Utah Eagle Forum table, show her the code, and she'll give you a ticket to put into the drawing so you can do it for donating as well as vendor tables. And I also want to remind you, you have one of these cards that have all of our contact information on. And so whenever you want to reach us for any reason, there's our main phone number, Karen Clark, lovely Karen Clark will answer that. And our email address, utaheagleforum@gmail.com. That goes to our secretary, Raina, and they will direct you to whoever you need to talk to in the organization. Now, I'm going to be talking about the needs of Utah Eagle Forum. And I'm starting with a quote from our president, Gail Ruzicka. She said, "Utah Eagle Forum is an organization of hardworking volunteers who strive throughout the year to preserve our liberties. The legislative session is an especially demanding time for us. We arrive before most of the legislators are there, and we're still there as they're leaving. We attend interim and other committee meetings throughout the year. We're involved in caucuses, campaigns, and elections. We hold Liberty Forum meetings, cottage meetings, and chapter meetings throughout the state. We attend coalition meetings, rallies, press conferences, and other events. Utah Eagle Forum is always there. Some of us are full-time, unpaid volunteers. We don't pay salaries to anyone, including Gail. We're volunteers who work hard because of our commitment to God, family, and country. We work to preserve the conservative principles that have made our nation great. We're so grateful for our volunteers who sacrifice their time so willingly. So that, in a nutshell, describes what most people don't know about Utah Eagle Forum. We do a lot of work and we get a lot done, and we don't pay anyone. It keeps us a citizen advocate group, so we don't have to register as a lobbyist, and it gives us a lot of freedom at the legislature because we don't have the restrictions that other lobbyists have. And it also, because we're not paid, it also gives us a certain level of respect. We're not there because someone's paying us to be there. We're not there because of special interests behind us. We're there because we're answering a call, and we're trying to maintain the wonderful society, the wonderful government that God gave us. Now, Utah has a relatively short legislative session. Every state is completely different. And we have the blessing of having a legislative session that is only 7 weeks long. But it's 7 weeks of mad dash. And just to give you an idea, usually there are about 1,200 bill files opened, some years a lot more. There's usually about 900 bills that actually receive text, and there's usually 550 bills that get passed in 7 weeks. So it's crazy. It's a crazy time. It moves really fast. All these legislators up here can attest to that. What Utah Eagle Forum does is we kind of watch for everything. We're not, it has its good points and it has its bad points. We're not an organization that focuses in on one thing like gun rights or pro-life or religious liberty or education. We're the one organization that does it all. And so we actually read the bills, all the bills that go to committee, we read them so that we know if there's anything that we have to care about. Now, it takes a small army of volunteers to do this kind of work. And when our numbers are few, we're forced to prioritize and spend our energy on the most important few. That means that we lose ground every year just because we're spread too thin. We can't afford to be few in numbers this year, and so I'm going to encourage you to find a way to support Utah Eagle Forum. We can't leave it up to the liberal special interest groups, the lobbyists, and other people who will come and influence, because the results could be disastrous. Now, I'm going to direct you to your package. The first of your 8x10s should be this one about what you should know about the legislative session. And I've actually just laid it all out. There are 6 ways that we contribute up there, and you can help us in any one of those 6 ways. Will you come on up here? So Whit Cook is our volunteer coordinator this year, and I wish Olivia Horlocker-Williams was here. She's our legislative coordinator. So whenever you come to the legislature, these are the people that you're going to see and work with. These 6 areas are focused lobbying, that's what Gail does. She takes our highest priority bills and she focuses all of her attention on those with the people that will help her go and talk to legislators and try and make a difference on those bills. Second is public relations. David Kyle and Olivia work on that, where they send out communications. It might be press releases or alerts or memes or social media. And that's something that can easily be done at home, but we can use a lot of help there. Number 3 is capital volunteers. These are people who come and say, how do you want to use me today? And that changes from day to day depending on what's moving through the session that day, which bills are in what committee. And these are people who can do very simple tasks of going into committee and learning what happens on the bills in those committees and reporting back. Number 4 is analyzing the bills, and this is like reading all the bills and deciding if we care, if we don't, and if we do care, to what degree we care, and prioritizing them for our efforts. Number 5 is online teams. These are people who are from their home They log on to the committee meetings, and as the committee meeting is happening, they make notes into a shared Google Doc that we can all see. So it's like me receiving information on everything that's going on in every committee real time. It's so awesome. And last is our intern program, which is our teens. This is my favorite part of Eagle Forum. And anyone in the room, if you've been one of my interns, stand up. And just, if you have youth here that have any questions about our interns, you can ask these interns. It's a great program. It's not just about doing the work. It's about learning about conservative principles in the lawmaking process as well, and it is a fantastic opportunity. So I'd like you to consider those 6 things. We're going to, once I'm done speaking, Whit and the youth in the room are going to help us pass some. Every time you hold up a number, it makes me stop. My brain just freezes. So thanks for that, Larita. We're going to pass around clipboards that have intern applications. And if you know a teen that's 15 or up and might want to consider our program, please take an intern application to them. You can also find it online by scanning the QR code on the back of here. It'll take you right straight to the application. Next thing we need to tell you about, we don't expect anyone to volunteer without knowing what they're doing. And so we want to get you trained. We do that hands-on during the legislative session, but we also have a citizen advocate basic training happening the first day of the session. So January 17th, 5:30 to 7:30, it's basic training for people who want to be a citizen advocate, and then a tour of the Capitol. No cost to you. We just want your time for a couple of hours so that we can show you how easy it is to get involved. And Whit Cook is the contact person on the flyer. We'll deliver those flyers to you when I'm done speaking as well. Oh, and these are the clipboards. This is what they look like. I wanted to tell you, I just want to give you an example of how having people at the Capitol can really make a difference. And I'm going to tell you about the tax reform bill of 2019. We didn't even know it was coming out. They hardly ever have committees where they vote on bills during lunchtime, but they did on this one. It was during lunchtime. And so right before lunchtime, someone said, there's a committee meeting happening. Did you know there was a committee meeting happening? They're voting on a tax bill. We dashed in there and sat through a 2-hour meeting on this bill. So I brought my ream of paper to use as a visual aid. That's approximately how thick the tax bill was. Okay? Being voted on in committee, that was scheduled at an odd time, so it kind of took us by surprise. If it came out of committee, it was going to go to the floor and it could be voted on 24 hours after that. So a bill this big. Okay? Now Delane England, she's going to speak after me. And she came to me and she said, Marianne, we've got to stop this tax bill. And I said to her, Delane, it's a freight train. I don't know how, maybe we should just start working the Senate. She said, no, we're going to stop it in the House. She got on the phone and she started talking small business owners, because it was 7 ways to create new tax streams. 7 ways to tax you in new ways, including taxes on real estate transactions of all things, right? She got to calling business people. I got to calling the press. We had a press conference that night at 8 o'clock. And the next day, small business people were all over the Capitol talking to legislators. And the day after that, at 3 o'clock, they had a press conference to say the bill is dead. So now, it took us to be on top of knowing what bills were moving, where they were, what was coming at us. So we had to be there working on it. But it also took the people who were willing to come up and crawl all over the Capitol and talk to legislators. Now, if that hadn't happened, if all of those things had not fallen into place, we would have 7 new tax streams today. And so you are important. So I hope you'll find a way to become more a part of Utah Eagle Forum, and we can use your financial support. I think we spend $100 a week on ink, and we spend way more than that on food for the interns. So we can use your financial donations, but we really want your involvement and your time. So we will pass out some information while Delane is speaking, and here she comes. They're outside, we're gonna do them out.
No, I'm going to do them in here, though. So I forgot to mention something earlier. We are going to pass around these donation jars, and if any of you feel that you could donate, it's very helpful. You heard us say earlier that, or heard me say earlier, that we're going to bring in all these experts this year, that we have to. We cannot pass the puberty blocking bill at all if we don't bring in the experts. At least a couple of the people that have gone through this ordeal and have changed their mind. We need to bring in the doctors and other experts. And so it's going to cost a lot of money. And I got to go out and raise all that money because that's how we get them here. So we're going to pass around these donation jars. And if you feel that you could contribute to this, because it's going to be a few $1,000s to make it happen, we would really appreciate it. And every year we do ask, this is money that we either will use for this, or some years we use the money to just pay for our expenses when we're up at the legislature. Mostly the expenses we have is with our interns. And so if you feel you can donate, we would really appreciate it, because we want to bring those experts, because Rex knows exactly what he needs to have come in here to make this happen. And, Delane is over there, so it's your turn, So you saw what Delane is talking about, and we're all in great support of that bill.
Thank you. Wow, you guys are rock stars. I only agreed to do this because I said if you put me at the very, very last, at the very end, because half of the people will be gone and the rest of you will get a nap. Well, before we finish up. So, can you be free if you do not have total control over your personal body and medical decisions? This bill, HB 131, is called Vaccine Passport Prohibitions. It does three things. It prevents the government from imposing a vaccine mandate on people or a vaccine passport. It prevents businesses, should I get rid of one of them? Okay. Keep this one? Okay. Prevent businesses from discriminating against an employee because of their vaccine status, and it prevents a person from being discriminated in the public square. It kind of sounds like a vaccine bill, but really it's about religious and personal liberty. Prior to COVID, we had never had a vaccine requirement to work, to be employed, or to go to the public square. And it worked great. Things were wonderful. Dr. Peter McCullough said the past 38 years prior to 2 years ago, for 38 years, we've had 1,100 athletes have a full cardiac arrest. In 2021, does anybody want to guess how many athletes had cardiac arrests? Any guesses? 1,500, you heard. Yes, 1,500. That 28 per person prior to 2021, and then 1,500 in 1 year. This bill is not really about the efficacy of vaccines. I just wanted to share that with you because I thought it was pretty important. It's not an anti-vax bill. It's just about your religious and medical privacy and having autonomy over your body. A vaccine passport puts people into two classes, and it isn't really about your health or your safety. It is all about control. This bill is really important because it protects your right to your religious liberty and as a civil rights protection. It simply protects your body autonomy and your body integrity. Most everyone agrees that the government should not force anyone to have a vaccine. That's not the biggest problem. The pushback that we're getting is that it tells businesses they can't force or require employees to get a vaccine. But this bill actually protects business owners who would incur no cost, no administrative impact, and so it really protects businesses from having to take on that burden and be responsible for data mining and gathering your personal private medical information. So it relieves them of that liability. As we saw during the stay safe to stay open debacle, businesses are not allowed to make their own business decisions when they are subject to the health department tyranny. They were threatened, fined, and cowed into submission. This is not the free market. Under the PrEP Act, only the government and vaccine manufacturers and distributors are exempt from liability associated with adverse reactions. Private businesses are not exempt. As an employer myself, can I tell my employee what medical decisions they must make in order to be employed? Can I tell them what they do at work? Yes. Can I tell them where they have to be, what they have to do, what they have to wear? I can govern them and regulate them while they're at work. Do I have a right to make those decisions for them when they're not at work? Do I get to tell them what church to belong to? Could I get to tell them, if you want to have children, you can't work for me. If you get pregnant, you can't work for me. If I have an employee that's 6 months pregnant, we have a construction company. If I say, you're 6 months pregnant, it's unsafe on our job site, so you'll have to get an abortion. Can I do that as a business owner? I absolutely have no right over the stewardship or the medical decisions or the autonomy of my employees' bodies, especially when they're not at work. Are you willing to live in a world where documentation is required for you to enter the public square? Or in order to keep your job or your pension or your seniority or to have a job, to allow your boss to make your medical decisions? Why is it okay for a business to violate your HIPAA rights and protection to prove to them that you have met and complied with their demands? This is not just dangerous, it is a violation of every freedom the government is designed to protect. We made this decision decades ago when AIDS became a threat to our society. There was a movement to forbid people with AIDS from participating in the public square and from working around other people. We decided as a society and as a nation that because it was a violation of privacy and of civil rights, we would not discriminate against people with AIDS. No one has a right to your private medical information. The federal government forbids business owners in asking potential employees if they are married, if they have children, if they're pregnant, if they intend to be pregnant. You can't ask the height or weight of a person if they've been arrested, if they have a handicap, or if they have a serious illness. No medical information. And yet we're acting like it's okay for a business to ask if you're vaccinated. For the past 50 years, it has been inappropriate and illegal. This bill is really protection against technocracy. Technocracy uses data mining and access to data to control people. That is what this vaccine passport is really about. Public-private partnership connects the lines between businesses and the government, big business, big crony business. If we were a free enterprise system, we would not need this bill. Free enterprise businesses create value and they make an equal exchange of value with their customers or clients. And businesses are, according to the Foundation of America, there's a foundation of a moral compass. We have lost that. with crony capitalists in so much in control of what is happening in many businesses. They are operating on making money and controlling others at the expense of their own customers and sometimes at the expense of their own employees. You just heard earlier from our amazing State Treasurer, Marlo Oakes, who spoke very eloquently about this, about ESG and how the ESG has merged. We used to call it public-private partnerships. We still do. So we have public-private partnerships that have merged with the government. And now they are able to do what the government can't do. They're getting businesses to do it. Businesses want data, and medical data is premium. It allows businesses to make money at the expense of the person that they're data mining and to control them. The role of the government is to protect the rights of the individual, every individual. That is the reason the government exists. Every elected official in the entire United States took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution to protect the rights of the individual. HB 131 protects the rights of every citizen, even those who oppose the bill. This year, Utah passed a bill to create a new commission to investigate technological and data vulnerability of our state system. They're very concerned about that in the state system. The legislature is concerned about the government data. Are they concerned about your private data? Since when does the government have the ability to force you to do what is in your best interest? How will me not wearing a life jacket save someone at the lake who's not wearing one? How does me getting a jab protect someone else who has been jabbed? It makes no sense because it is about control. Vaccination passports ignored natural law and natural immunity. We know our private data is being collected and shared. How is it that the last 2 years, we had our government shut down our businesses, controlling our movement, and choosing which stores we could go to and which ones we could not? How did this happen? How do you kill, speaking of killing, just kill the mic. Thanks. Thank you. How do you kill 6 million people? Martin Tursky, he was a Holocaust survivor, and he said, the Jews just handled how they were treated. They just got used to it. They got used to being stigmatized. They got used to being excluded when they ended up in camps and mass murder. We must not allow ourselves to just get used to it. Do not comply. You have rights, and you can opt out. It is your constitutional right to opt out. When in history has vaccine passport requirements ended up in a positive way? The HIPAA law forbids businesses from requiring disclosure of private medical information, and violating their privacy carries a $75,000 fine. Businesses have never had access to your medical information of their employees before. Why should businesses have a right to their employees' private medical information because they have a business license? As a business owner, I can tell my employees what to do while they're at work, but I cannot tell them what to do when they are not at work. Do I get to have power over their irreversible, life-altering, life-risking medical decisions in order to keep them, to give them a job? Let me ask you, next time, will businesses be allowed to stay open if they do not require vaccine passports of their employees and their customers? The reality is the bill doesn't require or mandate businesses to do anything. It simply keeps them in their lane and stops them from discriminating against their employees and violating a person's civil rights. My right to own and control my business and employees does not supersede your right to body integrity. Being vaxxed does not prove or protect one's health status. There have been over 1 million people who have been injured by vaccines, and it is reported over 22,000 people have died from the COVID vaccine. It is not without risk and should never be forced. Utah Code Title 34A, Chapter 5, subsection 112, prevents discrimination in employment based on lawful practice, political, religious, and personal expression. So it really is against the Constitution, and it is against the law. Okay, usually I ask this question and there's maybe 1 or 2 people that can answer it, but today I think I'm going to have a different response. Who knows who Dr. Benjamin Rush is? That's what I thought. Okay, so this is a quote that he may have said. I've been trying to verify it, but anyway, it's really a great quote. Even if he didn't say it, someone did. Unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize into an underground dictatorship to restrict the art of healing to one class of men and deny equal privileges to the others. I think it's a great quote. We want medical privacy and we want medical autonomy to decide for ourselves. Without the protection of this bill, all of you, your children and your neighbors, will be in a massive data collection system. You will lose your liberty to make your own medical decisions. HB 131 is a very important bill this year. So I ask you, are you willing to spend 5 minutes every day, 5 minutes every day through the legislative session beginning now, to make sure that you have religious liberty and medical liberty? It only takes 5 minutes to contact your legislators, a few other legislators, call a friend, 3 to 5 friends every day, explain it to them and ask them to contact their legislators. We can get this done, but we need absolutely everyone to get involved. Thank you so much.
Is it time? Huh? Is it the time that you've all been waiting for to do the drawing? Thanks for staying for the drawing, because the rules are you have to be present in order to win, and once you've won a prize, you're not eligible for more. Any other rules? That's just it. So these are people who made donations and put in slips for that, or they visited vendor tables, put in slips for that. So, I would like you to, last year I had a cute girl. This year it's my grandson Carson who's going to be helping us draw things out. So, all right. Why don't you come over on this side? Okay. So, I don't know what order to do them in. So first of all, we have several gift boxes of, from Hickory Farms. So we're just going to do those. Bruce, if you win one, you need to stand up and wave an arm, and Bruce will bring it to you. So let's go ahead. We're going to draw 3 in a row for these 3. And Andrew's like, she's not in front of the microphone. Oh, okay. All right, Carson, you want to draw us out 3 names?
Okay. 1.
Doing such a good job not looking. Okay.
Okay.
Steve Peterson. drawing. Okay. Oh. Stacy? Yeah. Stacy Peterson. Karen Newmeyer. Karen, where are you? Okay, these are so heavy I can hardly get them out. We've got 2 of these, so Carson, go ahead and draw 2 names for these. Oh, I'm pretty strong. Okay. Oh, Laurie Brown. And she is here. She's at the front desk. Okay, and the other one is Elizabeth Carlin. Elizabeth, you can't stand up. Just wave your arms. Okay. Okay, now we have some tickets and gift certificates. I have 4 tickets for couples to see how they run at Hale Center Theater. They are all for April 8th, as far as I know. I don't know if that night won't work for you, if they'll let you trade. I assume they would, but that's what they are. See how they run on April 8th. So 4 Hale Center double tickets. Drawn from different places. Okay, so we have Heidi Baldry. Is she in here? Here they are. Miranda Holgerson. Oh, sorry, Stacy and Steve already won. Pick out 2 more. Well, you could visit a lot of vendor tables. We have a lot this year, so. Rod Mann. And Kendall. Where's Kendall? Right, stand up. Okay, Kendall won one right here. All right, I've got 2, I think they're $15 gift cards for Cold Stone Creamery. So draw 2. Do you notice how he's not looking because he doesn't want to be biased? Okay, draw again. Those people won. Stir it around. Okay, that person already won. Oh wait, this one fell out. We'll call this one. Tobin Gardner. He was right. Is Tobin still here? Oh, okay, that doesn't count. Oh, Tobin? Hey, he was leaving and he came back. Excellent. Okay. Another one for Cold Stone. That person already won. Kathy Smith. Is she out at her table? She has Loving Liberty. So, okay, Kathy Smith gets one of those. Last prizes. Oh no, don't forget the big one. We have this big prize. This one we're going to do last. I have 3 gift cards for movie houses. One for Regal. I found out after I got this that there's only one location in Taylorsville. So if you don't live in Taylorsville, maybe you can trade with somebody else. The other one is AMC, which is pretty statewide, and the other one is Megaplex, which is pretty statewide. Okay? So 3. I got something stuck to that one. Which are the 3?
These 2 right here. And this one.
Okay. Cindy Strong. Yay. Did they leave? Okay, you got to be here. Arturo Morales. Where are you, Arturo? Oh. Aw. Okay, that person won. Dig down to the bottom. Do you? Okay. Seth Sutherland. Seth.
There's Arturo.
Oh, Arturo's here. Whoa, nick of time, Arturo. Okay, Seth Sutherland. Is Seth still here? I don't see waving arms. Is that, we still have two? Which one did you get, Arturo? AMC? Okay, that's $15. Okay? All right. Seth. Second call for Seth? Okay, pick another one. Huh? Yes. Marilee Roos? Marilee Roos. Oh. Okay, keep drawing. In a perfect world, right? Oh, that's Arturo again. Sorry, Arturo, you just going. Kathy Smith. Helen Wallace. Helen. Oh, over here in the, okay, Helen. Give Helen, don't give her the Regal one because she doesn't live in Taylorsville. Helen, that's a $20 one. Okay. Seth. We didn't find, okay, we're calling Seth, not here. We're gonna pick the.
This one's shaped like a movie.
I know, I really love that one. Okay, this one is Arturo. Jen Fulmer. Jen Fulmer. Yay. Okay, that one is a $15 one also. Okay. Our last thing, Kendra, are you here? Okay. Run up. So Kendra, Kendra is the artist who created this picture. This is not a photo. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, sure, that's a photo. This is not a photo. This is a painting. And she's just going to tell us a little bit about the genesis of this painting. So you kind of use both mics.
Oh, okay. I have, for many, many years, wanted to paint the flag of the United States of America. And I am so excited that it's now finished and that it looks like this. There's a 5-foot canvas of it in the City Hall of Cottonwood Heights. And if you ever get a chance to go see it, it's pretty fun to see. This is a metallic print, so it kind of glistens. It's really exciting for me to have it turn out like this. But I want to tell you just a little bit about the motivation behind putting this together or painting this. What I want people to remember is the price of freedom is not free. There are so many people who have paid the price to make it possible for all of us to live in a land that we still want to keep free. And there's a line in the song by Francis Scott Key that says, "The star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave o'er the land of the free and," what is it? "The home of the brave." And I have thought to myself, who are the brave? They are all those people who have given their lives, and I want to say who have given their lives, who are passed away, and who are also now still giving their lives, their time, their talents, their means. To me, the brave include all of the people that are here, all of the people who have come here, and all those who are still trying to keep our country free. And I am so very, very grateful for that. And this is a symbol to me of all of you and all of the people who have done that. My husband's uncle at age 19 was serving in the South Pacific, and he lost his life helping to keep our country free. My father served in the military, as well as my husband's father, who was a pilot in the military. And I'm so grateful for all of those who have served in that way and all of you who serve in every way. And I want to present this flag. It's called the Star-Spangled Banner to whoever gets to be chosen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for donating to us. We're so grateful. Okay, really stir it up and the suspense. Kirk Pearson. Kirk, where are you? Hey. Thank you so much. Thanks for your participation and your donations and all your support of Utah Eagle Forum. It's been a glorious day. We'll have some final remarks by Gail Razika and then closing prayer by our convention chair, Kim Del Grosso.
Thank you all for being here today. It's been a great day. I'm so grateful for all of the speakers. Just when you think you've heard the best speaker of the day, you hear another one and another one and another one. They have just been wonderful. And I'm grateful for all of you that stayed till the end, and we're ending right on time. Our time to end was at 5:30. So we're going to do it again next year. Meanwhile, throughout the year, we hope to be doing some other events like we did this year. And bringing, I don't know if we'll bring Glenn Beck in again, but hopefully we can bring somebody just like that. And some of the others that we had, and of course, doing that film, that movie for Tim Ballard, it was kind of fun to be able to do a movie premiere, and all of you that came to that, it was amazing. So it's been a great year that we've had several events, and we kind of look at them as we need them. So we'll see what this next year brings, but we'll always be here every year. Just this same time next year, should always be the second Saturday of every January. So put that on your calendar, just remember, then you'll hear from us. Again, thank you for being here, and then we will have Bruce, no, it's not, who is giving, Kim. Yes, it's you, Kim Del Grosso. She was Kim was the chairman of this event. And, she's new on our board, brand new on our board. So we thought, guess what? We'll make her the chairman. So
That was great.
Yeah, we loved it.
As a dancer, we will always be on time. I will have you know that. And I want to thank Gail. Can we give her another big hand of applause? Thank you. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are so thankful to sit here and to be with our brothers and sisters and to fight the good battle. We're so thankful for the speakers and the families that support them. We're thankful for our freedom, and we know that we can only do what needs to be done with thy help. Help us to see the miracles in this world, and help us to have the kind of faith that we need to make a difference. Protect us as we drive home. In the name of Jesus